want to start streaming.
We'll explain, but first at 10:51 we get
And
you
then
to go.
we're gonna wait.
We have a crash on the south.
And then we're gonna go here. And there you go.
Has got delays from Atlantic Avenue
All right, there you go.
Where this crash is. This crash happened at 5:45 this morning, and it still sits there. There was a help truck with the southbound van where crash. The help truck is gone now, but the two cars involved in the crash are still there. No word on why it's taking all these hours to clear an accident. Nothing about an investigation. It's just taking this long. The van also has an accident on the northbound side. No, it doesn't. It's construction, at Atlantic Avenue, and we've got delays. There's an accident on eastbound LIE, though, at exit 23 from Main Street, and that poor guy's in the center lane. And the eastbound Grand Central at exit 19 for 188. Watch out for a small delay there. Disabled vehicle that blocks one lane. New Jersey, southbound 1 at Gill Lane and Woodbridge, closed. Accident investigation since 4:37 this morning. Take 27 or the New Jersey Turnpike instead. And on Long Island, that eastbound Southern State crash at exit 15 Corona Avenue is gone. Traffic is sponsored by Paramus Chevrolet. Karen Stewart, 1010 wins at 92.3 FM.
Together, let's drive at Paramus Chevrolet for just $477 a month and $477 to a delivery. Lease a brand new Equinox EV 4D wagon LT Evotex with all-wheel drive for just 39 months. Buying, enjoy 0.0% APR financing for well-qualified buyers. Visit ParamusChevrolet.com today.
And together, let's drive through some snow again. The updated AccuWeather forecast meteorologist Joe Lundberg.
Bridget, it's still winter officially for another 4 weeks, and we're going to have to deal with some wintry weather on at least one more occasion, and one of those is coming up later Sunday and Sunday night. Today, it's not exactly a heat wave. It's only going to get to 40 right now at 34, and we're going to have some rain and drizzle that'll taper off this afternoon. Maybe a little drizzle this evening, then mostly cloudy overnight or low 37. Some sun should break through those clouds tomorrow to get us to the upper 40s, but then the clouds lower and thicken on Sunday, and the storm system will move to the Virginia Capes and then offshore. And as it does, it'll deepen and bring us some snow at times. Our high 36, that'll linger into Sunday night before moving away early Monday. Seems like the most likely accumulation in the 1 to 3 inch range, but there could be 3 to 6 inches toward the east end of Long Island. Later Monday, windy and cold with clouds and a high of 37. A cold rain now in 34 in Central Park. The humidity at 96%. Winds are east-northeast at 12. Repeating the current temperature, 34, headed to 40 in Midtown. I'm meteorologist Joe Lundberg on New York's weather station, 1010 Winds and 92.3 FM.
A famous commercial character is calling it quits.
After 68 years on the job, America's tidiest guy is hanging up his mop.
Fanny clean a kitchen sink.
Quicker than a wink.
Mr. Clean held a news conference on Instagram to announce he's retiring.
After a career with 0 stains on the record, he's ready for new adventures.
In a statement, Procter & Gamble's longtime pitchman says his name will remain on product packaging, leaving many fans to wonder what's next. Details promised March 4th. Deborah Rodriguez for 1010 Wins.
Team USA's closing ceremony flag bearers have been announced.
Hillary, you've capped off your Olympic career with gold, but something even more golden is you'll be leading Team USA out at closing ceremony.
Hillary Knight, team captain of the U.S. women's hockey team that beat Canada to win the gold. The other flag bearer, ice dancer Evan Bates.
Department of Rejected Dreams. If you had a dream rejected, IKEA can make it possible.
So I always dreamed of having a man cave, but the wife doesn't
like it.
What if I called it a woman cave?
Okay, so let's not do that, but add some relaxing lighting and a comfy IKEA Hofburg ottoman, and now it's a cozy retreat.
Nice, a cozy retreat. Man cozy retreat.
Sir, okay. Find your big dreams, small dreams, and cozy retreat dreams in-store, online at IKEA.us. Dream the possibilities.
You know that big bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Time now for Bloomberg Money Watch.
And Bridget, investors welcoming the high court ruling striking down the Trump tariffs. This ruling cuts the tariff rate from its current level, 13.6% to 6.5%. Remember, this was paid by U.S. consumers and importers. Now comes the question of relief, but the relief could be temporary. Administration officials have signaled the U.S. is going to quickly move to replace most tariffs using more legally sound trade enforcement authorities. The Dow right now up 133 points. The NASDAQ 100 up 249. I'm John Tucker, Bloomberg Money Watch, and 1010 wins at 92.3 FM.
1010 wins.
I just leave it on all day.
I drive 45 minutes to work, and so I listen to in the morning.
You have to trust your news sources because otherwise you don't know what's true.
1010 wins on 92.3 FM.
Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S, Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Water.
This is Michael Barish of Barish & McGarry. When my client Mike's wife passed a few years ago, he never thought it had anything to do with her exposure to the 9/11 toxins. I'm so glad he finally connected the dots.
Clean up here a little bit, but
so easy for me to get all of the information that I would need for them to
my
file
phone in my pocket.
Most non-responders still haven't realized that 69 cancers have been scientifically linked to the...
And good morning. What is going on here? What is this? I don't want no Windows update now. Select the time to restart. No, I don't want to restart right now, bro. No, not 4 minutes. No. Schedule restart for, I don't know, next week. Not now. Not now. I'm streaming now. Yeah, not now. No. Windows want to update right now. No, you're too late for that. You had your chance, Windows. No. I fixed my hoodie. Put the sweater on. It's a little chilly in here. Right now it's 36 degrees outside, which I can't complain. This is snow. All the snow is melting. We had a little bit of rain. So all the snow is melting. It's still got snow out there, you know, dirty snow. Yeah. But it's melting. It's melting. It's getting there. It's getting there, folks. It's getting there. It's getting there. Let me put on my atmosphere lights over here. I don't know if you heard 1010 wins. You can hear the teletype on the AM.
WINS FM and HD1 New York. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
With Justin Traeger at the editor's desk, I'm Bridget Quinn.
All news, all the time. This is 1010 Wins on 92.3 FM, New York.
Good morning. Cloudy skies, 35 degrees in Manhattan at 11 o'clock. I'm Linda Lopez, and here's what's happening. We're starting to get more of a picture of what kind of snow we can be expecting this weekend. We're going to bring you the AccuWeather forecast coming up. A major defeat for President Trump at the Supreme Court. The court striking down his global tariffs, saying the tariffs exceeded the law. Police are looking for a man who assaulted a bodega clerk in the East Village with a gallon bottle of water earlier this week. Nurses have reached a tentative agreement with New York Presbyterians to fully end the nurses' strike. They could be back at work as soon as next week.
And Baywatch is back. An open casting call was just held, bringing thousands in red swimsuits for a reboot of the Pam Anderson, David Hasselhoff hit. Same 10 winds, AccuWeather. Cloudy skies right now. We're going to see some rain or drizzle or mist kind of on and off all day. 35 degrees, but there is some wind blowing and it's chilly, so the real field temperature, 28 right now in the city. Winds news time, 11:01. Let's get you where you need to go. Here's Karen Stewart.
We're dealing with wet roads. We've got a lot about...
Anyway, so they brought back the teletype. I heard it on around last weekend. I think it was Sunday night or something. And I hear, oh my God, is that the teletype? On 1010 wins? So I was like, yeah, they brought it back. And then, of course, my Discord, Tasso posted, somebody posted, I guess, something on a forum. But I went to the 1010 win. There's no news on it. No official statement for anything. But I noticed it's only on AM, on the AM station. It's not on the FM station. It's not on the streaming station. It's only on the AM band, which makes sense. I read some comments about it already, like it's stupid. Like we're in 2026. There's no more teletype. But I like the fact that they only have it on AM because it kind of like, distinguishes the two. That's what Tasso put the word. I like this word. It distinguishes because FM, FM is okay. FM sounds better. It's better sound quality, and of course. And it's HD, which who cares if it's HD for new stuff? But it sounds much nicer on FM. But on AM, when you hear the teletype, it kind of throws you back to the days, So I'm glad they brought it back.
Thanks, Linda. Over the weekend, we have a storm system that's going to be spinning up over the south.
And, you're not going to hear it all the time. You're going to hear it when they're not talking or there's no audio clip playing. Like when nobody's talking and there's no audio clip playing or there's no ad, because it's not going to play during the ad. You'll hear the teletype. Yeah.
And how far north it comes.
Of course, I just heard about this whole thing. It's just annoying. All these judges. I'm going to be started with this again. I don't want to even talk about that stuff now because I'm kind of burned out about it already. Honestly, I'm burnt out about all this stuff. At some point, I'm going to be like, you know what? Where's my hoodie? Okay, let me hear this.
Struck down President Trump's sweeping global tariffs, basically dealing a huge blow to his economic agenda. Chief Justice John Roberts wrote the majority opinion. The court agreed 6-3 that the tariffs exceeded the law and said the Constitution is clear that Congress must authorize imposing tariffs. Justices Barrett and Gorsuch joining Roberts and the court's liberal justices in striking down those tariffs. And there's been immediate reaction to this ruling, especially from the markets.
Of course, Barrett. She's always sidewinding. Amy Comey Barrett. She's like, fuck. Shut up already. Let me just shut up. All right. Yeah, I know, me too. I'm interested in the UFOs. I would like to see the UFO files. Anyway, hello, Steve Burnham. Hope you're doing well. Hello, James Farley, and good morning, everybody. I hope you're doing well. Hello, Glenn Dancer. Hope you're doing well. Good morning. Yeah, I know. I'm interested about the UFO too. I'm hoping they don't block that. They block everything else that he wants to do. Why not block the, UFO stuff, too?
He got into an argument with the clerk, and when things escalated, cops say the suspect hit the worker in the face with the jug before fleeing. The 68-year-old victim suffered pain and swelling but refused medical attention. Surveillance pictures and video of the suspect can be seen on the NYPD's Crime Stoppers X page. The city's longest ever nurses strike is nearing the finish line. Now that a tentative deal has...
All right, so there we go. So anyway, I got a couple of news items. They're not big, but anyway. FMDX web server, I am banned everybody except for one person. And it's not Chicopee. It's just some auto logger that was a... So if, if the kid hears this, you're unbanned. I unbanned everybody because I'm trying out this band sync plugin, but it's not. It doesn't work. It basically, it does work, but the problem is that nobody's using it. So there's no central. There is a central database for it, but nobody's updating it to the central database. So it makes it useless. If I'm banning people locally here, and it doesn't sync to the the band thing. The band sync plugin is called. What's the point of having it? So I disabled it, and I said I'm done with it. But I decided, you know what? I'm gonna unban everybody off. I just said let me. And I'm gonna come. I'm gonna come to that reason why I did that. There's a couple of reasons why I did that. Number one, of course, it's not online all the time anymore. The FMDX web server. It's not on every day. Number one. Number two, it's just moot point trying to bother with it. A couple of other things, but I don't want to get into that here. But also, and here's the announcement. Today is February 20, 2026. On March 1st, I will be doing a 30-day live stream. Let that sink in. Let that sink in, folks. People are going to ask me, oh, you mean 30 days in a row? A bunch of people have done 30 days in a row on YouTube. Right? A bunch of people have done 30 days. Come on every day for 30 days. A bunch of people have done that. 30 days in a row. Again, I'm going to say it again. I'm going to be on for 30 days in a row. As long as this machine right here and my stream can stay online without getting a hiccup, I'm going to let it roll for 30 days. So it's going to be I want to do from March 1st. So it's going to be March 1st at midnight. March 1st. I'm probably going to stay up all night that night because I won't be able to sleep. I won't be able to sleep knowing that people are watching. Yeah, Danny Marathon. Actually, it's going to be more than a marathon. It's going to be a subathon. Because I want to reach my goal. I have a couple of goals. Right now, I'm at 850. Let me look at my numbers. I've done the research on this. First of all, individual live stream in a row is not that many people have done it. Let's start with that. Like 30 days in a row. The record is the official Guinness Book of World Records 39. It was some guy from Dominican Republic. 39. I don't plan to go on 39. 30 will be enough for me. I believe 30. I think even if in a few days of that live stream, I'll probably have a major meltdown. I'm gonna have a few meltdowns in 30 days. I know that for a fact. I don't know why I'm signing up for this, but I want to try it. For two reasons. One, I'm sick of looking at my numbers, and I'm not nowhere near 1 million views yet. I'm at 800, and I'm going to look at my numbers right now. I'll tell you right now where I'm at. I'm exactly at 851,000. 851,700 and what? 851,567 views. That's all time, all my channel. My channel. I want to be over the 1 million mark. I want to break through the 1 million mark in 30 days. That means I need to get about 140 by this. What I want to say, I got about 8 more days. I think I'll be flirting with 860. So I'm gonna need about 140,000 in 1 month to break through the 1 million mark. Also, I'm at 5,680 subscribers. I made that today. It's 5,680. I'm hoping to be at 6,000 by the end of the 30 days. Now, I want to break through the 1 million mark, but I want to be at 6,000. One of those milestones got to be achieved. Well, I'm going to be very disappointed. And I'll be going to TikTok. Pretty much. It's like, wow. Yeah, I'm going to do it. I don't know if I'm going to last 30 days doing it. By then, I have to rearrange a couple of things. My bed is going to be on that corner over there. Right now, my bed is here. I don't want it to be right here. It's going to be in that corner over there. This server rack is going to be behind this screen. I'll show you. I'm not fucking around here, people. Look. That's my bed. That's my pathetic bed right now. That's my server rack. I'm going to rearrange it over here. And that bed is going to go bye-bye because it's just a mattress on the floor with a box spring. That's going bye-bye. I have a smaller bed that's going to go there. So you can share this with everybody. YouTube, I'm putting YouTube on notice now. I will be doing a 30-day live stream. Now, of course, when it's all said and done, YouTube only saves remember, James probably witnessed one. I did one like 13 hours or 14 hours, was it? I forgot what it was. YouTube only saves 12 hours of that live stream. So they're not going to save the whole live stream when it's all said and done. So it's going to be up to me and up to you guys to get clips. Any moments that I have crazy meltdowns or whatever, you need to record it. That's it. You're going to have to record it. Because I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it either. I plan to have a second computer somewhere. Yeah, I thought about that too. Believe me, I thought about that too. And no, my health is going to be fine, but here's the but. I think I'll be okay. Because one thing I'm not gonna do is obviously not that I drink every day. I don't drink every day, but I'm definitely not gonna be, no. So of course I gotta be aware of that, although I am trying to stop. I don't want to be having alcohol during my live stream. No, I don't want to be like that. No, and by the way, it's not gonna be that I'm gonna sit in front of my computer no, that's not gonna happen. There's gonna be a lot of downtime. What I mean by downtime is there's gonna be a lot of downtime. It's just that I'm not when I have to go pick up my son, when I'm spending time with my son, when upstairs with my wife, when I go out, I'm probably just gonna have it pointed to I'm probably gonna have the camera pointed to the radio and put the radio on 1010 wins or something for the downtime. Now when I'm sleeping, that's gonna be a whole different month. Now when I'm sleeping, I don't know. Of course I sleep. I do sleep with a radio, so I will have a radio where I'm sleeping. I barely hear that. You're probably gonna hear my son pounding upstairs playing because that's what he does every day. What else? I'm gonna try to incorporate a few other things. I'm actually gonna test out a couple of things right now. This is why I'm doing the live stream also, because right now I'm on OBS. And I have a couple of things I'll show you. Let me try a couple of things right now. First thing is first is, let me see if I can do it. Of course, I have a retro gaming stick, so some downtime I'm gonna be playing games. I'll show you. You see, I'm gonna be playing games. Got my controller right here. Got it hooked up to this thing, and I can play games. Hold up. There we go. See? I can play games. It's downtime. I can relax here and play some games. The only issue with that is, I don't know if I need my headphones for that. I do have a USB jack right there. I can plug in the headphones. Let me see how this sounds. I'm gonna put a game on real quick, just to see how it sounds over the speakers. Well, that I cannot control. That's why. You like that transition, right? Yeah. Again, James. Not a lot of people have successfully done it for a long time because things come up. Things do come up. Computers do crash. Of course, I'm using Windows 11. Windows Update is notorious. Windows 11, Windows Update is notorious for updating by itself. So if I fall asleep and Windows Update does it, then I'm screwed. You see what I'm saying? So of course I got to worry about stuff like that too. Now I'm going to try to figure out how to disable this by then, but I don't think I can. Now, of course, as I get very close to the day, I am going to do one update. So as I get closer to the day, I will do one update, and then I have to monitor. My biggest worry is Windows Update. Windows Update. Because on this server, I try to keep it on as long as I can, but, it's Windows 11. Windows Update. Boom. Updated it. Now, of course, this is Windows 11, and, I need to find out how to disable it. But, again, that's the stressful part. Windows Update. Now, I know people say, why don't you do it on Linux? I want to try it. I just want to try it with Windows 11, whatever. Can I try it on Linux? Yeah, I can. But I don't have a Linux computer that I could, set everything up in a few days. And, that's going to be very fast. Like, this is I know that this PC is very robust when it comes to live streaming. So, out of all the PCs I used, this one and the one behind me are the two only ones. Now here's the deal. I may have both of them running. You're gonna get two angles. So I may have two live streams going. One behind me, one here. This, two separate streams on this channel. And that's gonna be more stressful. So one, I'll show you what I want to do. Let me see. Let me try something else. There's another thing I want to do. Let me put on this scene. Yeah, well, this is I'm thinking about that too, maybe, but not 30 days for the other ones. I may do one for yeah. So yeah, of course, you always got to worry about crashes. That's a given. You got to worry about crashes. Of course, you got to worry about crashes. That stuff I have no control over. Another thing is power. If I get a little hiccup in power, for example, that's March. March we get nor'easters or we get a lot of rainy weather. and we get the wind blowing, and all of a sudden I gotta get a little power glitchy thingy. Now I'm hoping by then, I'm hoping by well, I have a UPS here for this one. That one has a UPS. This one does not have a UPS. So I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna have to. I have an old UPS, but it doesn't have a battery in it. I may have to buy a battery for that one and just use that one. Just for any brownout type deal, which that can knock off your connection too. The thing is, I'm gonna try. I don't know. I should take a poll. Should I just take a poll? Should I just come in every day and do a 30? Should I just do every day 30 days in a row, or should I just try to go for the 30 days straight? I know what people are gonna say. Because I'm gonna make room here for the 30 days. I got an exercise bike next door. I'm gonna bring it in here. So I may be on that sucker for about 20 minutes. You should make a short. A short on what? Talking about it? What is it? What is going on with this? I got my face very clearly there. Looks like the moon. Make an announcement. Well, I could do that with the post too. You know what? You know why, James? I don't want to make an announcement like that and just have too many people come in here. Because I think it's gonna be momentum. Because if it doesn't, if I go in 5 days, that's a lot. Even 5 days. Well, 5 days in a row would be a lot. But say I am in day 3, day 4, whatever happens, and you know, in other words, day 1 nobody's gonna care. Day 2, man, day 15, some people are gonna start talking. The chat, I think by day 15, the chat's not gonna be this quiet. And I think by day 29, it'll probably be crazy. No, that's another thing. I need to talk. I need to talk about that too. I'm gonna let everything roll, as long as it's not filthy, disgusting. If they insult me, they say, Danny, you whatever. I can handle it. No, because that's I'm. By the way, I'm gonna clean up some mods today. There's a couple of people that haven't been here for a while. I'm gonna demod them now. Sorry, I don't want to have too many mods. I'm gonna start closing down mods. Clown is okay. You call me clown. I don't care. And the reason why I'm doing this is because I don't want it to be restrictive. Does that make sense? Because now we're talking about everybody that's gonna come in here just for this. You know what I mean by that, for example, because that's why yeah, I know what you mean. I know what you mean, Omar. I know you're pointing yourself. I know, I get it. I get it. What I mean is, if somebody curses in the live stream, if somebody just says, whatever, it's not for you to silence them. So, somebody says like, oh, like my mouse is fucking stuck. Just because they said the word effing, in the live stream, don't time them out. You know what I mean? Now, if they're calling somebody like effing, F you N word, that type of thing, then, silence. Time them out for an hour. That's it. A 5-minute timeout. If they do it again, 5 minutes more. That's what I mean. Because the reason why is because it has to be entertaining. It is going to be entertaining. Believe it or not, it will be entertaining somehow. I don't know how it's going to be entertaining, but I'm going to try it. I want to try it because I'm at the point now where, I'm at the point now where, I want to take it to, I just want to, these numbers are kind of boring right now. And, I know we talk about radio and all that. That's great. And I already renamed my channel to Radio and Tech and all that. But I want to start getting the ball rolling on this. I look at my numbers and I say, okay, I'll give you an example. I post a 30-second clip of this. Well, no, 1 minute and 1 second clip of 10-10 wins. And I put the little caption. It gets 1,000 views. It gets 1,000 views. Right? It gets 1,000 views in a few hours on a short. I post a video on the unboxing of the CW Kia. It's still in the 80s. And that's just days ago. You see what I'm saying? Well, I don't know if I'm going to I'm going to integrate it here. What I mean is I'm going to cover all the topics here. Yeah, James, you can integrate all your channels for that month. I will do that, but I'm going to do it under this channel. That means I may spend an hour talking about this topic. I will bring up like Danny Finance stuff. We'll talk about it here. Of course, I will be doing some retro gaming here or other gaming. Anything that's going to fill up time. It's like a Truman Show. It's going to be like the Truman Show. Because here's the deal. This channel is dead without live streams. I realize that now, people. This channel without live stream is no life. There's no life in this channel. I uploaded a handful of videos in what? 2 months? And none of them got views. None of them got views. But live streams, they get views. My last live stream in the boiler room, 2 hours. It was over 800 views. 2 hours. 2 hours, I said 2 hours. I went over 800 views. Okay? Dr. Sky Show. 2 hours. On midnight to 2 a.m. You think nobody's on at that time? 2 hours. 800 views. I think right now it's at 900. So it's going to hit at 1K in a few more days or whatever. Eventually it'll hit 1K. So yeah. If I want to keep doing this channel, that's what's going to happen. Because I have a couple of things I have in mind, and I'm even including TikTok. So I want to see what YouTube does. I know YouTube is pushing me to do all these things. They keep sending me all these things to do, but they're not putting me on the algorithm. I don't be recommended. So I know that I notice that they do recommend me when I stream. When I stream, I seem to get recommended more now. Only my streams. So they must really like my streams to recommend me. When I look at my analytics, my streams are the ones that bring in the most. They're bringing in the most views is the streams. Consistently every week is the streams. That the bulk of the views are the streaming. Every once in a while, I'll get a video. Yeah, it spikes up a little here and there, but not like the streams. not like the streams. So, and I always said it. I always said that this channel is an audition for a radio show one day. So I want to do this 30-day thing. I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it. If I succeed, then I'll be, I'll be very happy with that. Because that means that I can do a 24-hour live stream like nothing now. I can do 48 hours, 24. I could do a weekend live stream or a little 12 hours live stream like nothing. I've done 6 hours many times. I've done 5 hours many times. I did 14 hours one time. I did a couple of 7-hour ones. I did a 9-hour, I think, one time. I remember a 9-hour one I did. So I've done a few, but never done a 24-hour one. Never done a. And I thought about maybe I should do a 24-hour one first before I do that. I may do that next weekend before the live stream. Maybe in a few days. I may do a 24-hour one just to, test drive. But that's my announcement. March 1st, I'm gonna let it stream. I'm gonna start at midnight, and you're gonna come out here. All the lights will probably be off. I don't know if you remember Leo Laporte, the Twit Network. Remember when he used to go off the air and he would leave the studio on all night, and it would just be pitch black, and people still would come in and chat. That's what I want to do. It's like the Twit Network. Except it'll be the Danny Radio and Tech Network. I don't know. And leave it on, and then maybe I'll be on this computer doing something over here. Who knows what? Well, I don't know. I probably won't be able to watch TV here unless I turn the camera around. Because, But I have another 42-inch TV over there. I'm going to put it over there in the other room. In case I need more privacy. Watch it over there. You'll probably be able to hear it over there. But I want to try something. You know what? I want to try to do? Because I'm getting to the point where, I want to see my numbers, get. I see it. You understand something? I see that YouTube wants me to stream. I see that. They're really pushing the stream. But my other videos, they don't care for. They say, we don't care about that. Nobody wants to watch another DX. And it's unfortunate because I like to share the DX, but nobody cares about that. They want to see me come on, talk about it, whatever, and engage. And that's it. And by the way, that's another thing. Those videos, they get 1 comment, 2 comments. When you do a live stream and you got people talking to you, that's engagement. And that counts to be recommended. Is engagement. So that's another thing that I noticed. And YouTube is going down that way. I know people don't like that, but YouTube is pushing a lot more. I noticed a lot more live content. And they're also pushing, unfortunately, a lot more AI content. They are pushing that too. And if you don't believe that, I was watching a video the other day. There's one AI channel there's a channel that's all AI that has over 35 million subscribers. 35 million. And that channel did it in 6 months. 6 months. 35 million subscribers. All AI movies, all AI content. So YouTube is, people want to see live or they're going to see AI. Anything in between is going to be harder to do. It's the fact of the reality. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. My videos are not monetized, so I don't push videos. No, of course not. I understand. Yeah. But I'm at the point now where I've been monetized for almost, over 2 years now. 2.5 years. And I'm at the point now where I'm like either you know, I want to see some substantial growth to my channel, or I'm just gonna say, you know what, I could do the same thing on TikTok, and I could do the same exact thing right now on TikTok, and I'll be, you know, I'll probably do better. Hey, you know, I got 20,000 people on TikTok. But live streaming in TikTok is different. Live streaming on TikTok is different. You have to, the way it works on TikTok is the more you live stream, the more you level up. The more they open it up for you to recommend. So, you know, on TikTok is a whole different algorithm when it comes to putting videos. YouTube doesn't care about if you post every day. They don't care about that. You know, people, all those old videos they see. Oh, you know, if you want to be, no, it's not true. Partially true, but it's more than that. And I've been itching to try it. I actually been itching to try it for a while. I've been thinking about this for months. So, you know, I'm gonna try it, and if it doesn't, and if for whatever reason the computer crashes, whatever, then I'll have to say, okay, maybe I'll do a Linux Mint machine, and then try again. You know, I don't know, something like that. But I want to try. I want to try to see how long I can go. There's no like if I do it and it lasts a week, then that's a week. That's still gonna be views. You know? I mean, I think to be honest, I gotta take it one day at a time. I'm not gonna think about 30 days. I'm gonna do one day at a time. I'm gonna try to be like the way I've always been. Maybe a little here and there. And then that's it. You know? I'm not going to go over the top. I'm not going to be like, you know, he's not going to be, because right now, and the reason why I picked March, because March is a dead month. What I mean by that, yeah, St. Patrick's Day, of course, whatever happens St. Patrick's Day, I don't know. And then, you know, there's not a whole lot going in March. And then I think the end of March, my son has a break from school. I think the end of March or the beginning of, I don't know. Yeah. I know he's on break this week. He goes back on Monday. But I figure let me try it in March, because if I don't try it in March, I'm not gonna do it over the summer. I'm not spending the summer in here. No. And again, I'm not gonna be spending time all the way in here. It's just that I'm gonna let that roll for 30 days. I'm gonna let that roll for as long as this computer can keep up with that and my connection, and that's it. I'm gonna let it roll. I didn't say I was going to do anything special in those days. 90% of it is probably going to be, you know, I don't know, pointing at a radio. Lights are going to be off. I don't know. I'm going to have an extension for this. Probably going to be pointing over here or whatever. And, or a couple of things. Maybe, you know. Let me try something over here. Hold up. Let me see. While you guys are talking there, let me see. Let me, what the hell? I may even get a green screen behind me. And goes down and put Yonkers. Let's see how this comes up. Yonkers, New York, USA, Westchester County. And then put go. Then I'm gonna put let me see. There you go. So you see, we do some things here, man. So during the downtime, I'll put the weather, and it's not the weather channel. It's the, the weather, that website. What is it? What is it called? Weather. What is it called? Let me see. Yeah, Weather Star. Yeah, Weather Star. Oh, the mic. Yeah, okay. Audio. Yeah, okay. I'll put it right there. Yeah. All right. Sorry about that. Anyway. Audio. So it's WeatherStar it's weatherstar.net by Matt.com. That's the website. So of course I could leave it on there too. Because well, let me see if I get copyright for that. Because I don't know if I want to leave the music and then I get copyright. I'll find out right now. I'm gonna test it for about 2 minutes. I'm gonna let that music play and see if today I got a copyright for that music. Copyright notice. And by the way, my live stream is probably gonna be copyright notice many, many times. Because there's some things you're not gonna be able to avoid. But for downtime, I was thinking about putting that, or I have to get YouTube music and play it in the background and let it loop. I don't know. I mean, I could just turn off the music and it'll just be quiet. I could turn off the music and be quiet and play 10-10 wins in the background. Let me see. Let me try that. You know what? Let me try that. Let's try that. So let me go over here. Let me put it maximum. Let me Alt Tab. Let me see, Alt Tab. And then I'll put, what am I doing?
Department underlines the correlation between wealth and better health. The report looked at nearly 3,000 adults across racial, ethnic, and wealth lines and found that across the board, wealthier people are more likely to report better health and less psychological distress. It says overall, Black and Latino New Yorkers have less wealth, and even in higher wealth groups, they have worse health outcomes. Study authors say the report's findings can help inform policies that target wealth inequity to help improve everybody's health and break down barriers to improve outcomes for Black and Latino New Yorkers. The historic nurses' strike might finally be coming to an end. Nurses at New York Presbyterian are voting today on a deal to end their 6-week-long walkout.
It was just after midnight, word of this tentative deal. Presbyterian nurse and lead negotiator Beth Loudon
statute is limited to motor vehicles, and they say it would essentially kick out racing and recreational clubs from the park, including those training for competition. It is unclear exactly if or when the city started enforcing this policy. A DOT spokesperson said the city is looking forward to defending the policy in court. A Long Island child therapist will learn her sentence today after pleading guilty to child porn charges. 37-year-old Renee Hoberman from Melville faces at least 5 years in federal prison, but prosecutors are pushing for at least 12. Investigators found more than 100 photos and videos of child sex abuse on her devices, and they believe she might have exchanged more than 600 files before getting busted. Hoberman's attorney is asking for the shortest possible sentence, citing mental health struggle. Sentencing set for 2 o'clock. President Trump has ordered the government to release files related to UFOs and extraterrestrials.
Are aliens real?
Well, I don't know if they're real or not.
The president spoke days after former President Obama suggested in a podcast interview they are.
He gave classified information. He's not supposed to be doing that.
The president yesterday said he may get Obama. Said he may get Obama.
I see. I mean, I like the music, so there you go. Okay. So the audio quality of the music through the video is perfect. Yeah, okay. I'm going to play here and there, and at the end of the live stream, when, YouTube renders everything, I want to see if I get copyright noted. I'm going to play it every so often because there's different tracks. Right, you heard 2 different tracks already, right? And I want to see if any of them get hit with copyright. Because instead of just putting the radio, I may just leave it. Try to put it low. Maybe I could lower the audio. Maybe YouTube can not flag me as much. Because worst case scenario, I don't want YouTube to flag me and then block my video. Something minor, especially during the rendering process, because that yeah, I know, but YouTube, believe me, YouTube finds a way. They'll find a way to so let me see. Because there is YouTube music I can put. There's YouTube music I can put in there. Not put this music, put the YouTube music on. I'll put something relaxing, but it's YouTube music. And but I don't really want to do that because then I have to edit it. I have to let it play in the background, and it has to loop. It has to loop, and I don't want to. I don't know if I want to do that. Yeah, but yeah, again, see, I don't want to do all that. I don't want to do it. That's a lot of work. I don't want to do all that. Because I may do that for a little while here and there, the weather stuff. Maybe I could do a test run. I know what I'll do. I'll do a test run. I'll do it. I'll probably do it tomorrow night. I'll do it tomorrow night. I'll stream live tomorrow night for 1 hour. I'm gonna let that play. I'm just gonna let the weather thing play for 1 hour and see if that gets hit with copyrights. I want to see how many copyrights. I don't mind if we get copyright notices, but I don't want to get noticed to the point where they take down the stream. Because I'm not banking. When I tell you this, I'm going to tell you this, people. I'm going to be out for 30 days. I'm not banking on me getting ad money. I'm doing it for two reasons. I'm doing it for the views, and I'm doing it for the subs. And if anybody want to super chat, I'm hoping to have some super chats, and that's it. I'm not relying on the ads. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not relying on it. I just don't want the music to get my stream blocked and shut down. Especially if I'm like, you know what I mean? You understand? And that's it. I don't plan to be monetized because 30 days, a lot of things can play in 30 days. I can play commercial and they'll play jingle and that's it. I can play anything. I can be tuning the bands on shortwave and this music and that's it. I'm not worried about the monetization part because I'm hoping to get some super chats at least. Or subscriptions. Better yet, I'm hoping to get members. Members. Even better. You see what I mean? But the ad the click through for the ads, I don't expect to get that. Because I'm gonna get hit with a few notices. And that's not a big deal. I just don't I want to see if these tracks don't get me blocked. That's what I mean. You understand? That's it. Like even remember the a couple of weekends ago or so. Remember I was playing Tony Orlando in there. Every song was copyright notice. There was no problem. One song got me blocked all over the U.S. After the live stream was over. Guess which song was it? It was from Tony Orlando. It got banned in the U.S. A Tony Orlando song from his show got me banned in the U.S. And I had to tell YouTube, delete that clip. And that was it. And it was, remember, I don't know if whoever saw the video, it was the first song that he ever made. I guess that song is super copyrighted like crazy. That song got me banned in the U.S. Out of all the songs, it was just a Tony Orlando song. All right? So, that's crazy, right? I thought it would be like Michael Jackson. Yeah, I thought it would be Michael Jackson or a bigger artist. No, Tony Orlando song. His first song, I forgot which one was it. It's not even one of his most famous songs. And that song was the one that got me blocked US. United States. That's crazy, right? It's insane. That's what happened. My nose is itching. Sorry, I'm just saying. Let me go blow my nose. I'll be right back. All right. Oh my God. I know, right? Interesting. Yeah, it was. Because I was expecting like Michael Jackson. I was expecting some other major artists. It was Tony Orlando. And that one said, you know, when it says you know share revenue or whatever, that's fine. But when it says it's been blocked on certain territories and countries, there was only like 3 songs out of the whole thing that were blocked. The other 2 were blocked in Russia and Belarus. That happens a lot. I don't know why that happens a lot. Then there was actually it was 4 songs that were blocked. The 3rd song was blocked in a bunch of countries, but not the U.S. And then the last song was the Tony Orlando song. That one was blocked only in the U.S. Go figure. Tony Orlando. That's why you never know. You never know what the copyright notice is. You never know. It could be the most obscure song, the most non-famous song, and you could get blocked worldwide. I don't know why that's the case, you know, but it is what it is. The algorithm decides. Yeah. I forgot which one. I think it was the first. Remember they were doing the show? I think it was the first song that he ever wrote, or the second song. It was. I think it might have been that one. I don't know which one, because I deleted it off the live stream. Because you once that happens, you have a choice. You can let it stay blocked and nobody sees it, or I told YouTube to delete that clip. So YouTube renders it again, and they delete the clip, and then it makes it available again. Because anytime that happens, you could always tell YouTube to delete it. So they delete the clip. And they delete the clip. You know? They could delete it, or they could put another music track over it. Or mute it. You can also just mute it and it's silent. So when you I don't know if you watch videos that sometimes you listen to it and all of a sudden it's dead silence. Like it's muted. You could do that too. But I just said to delete it. I just delete the whole clip. It might have been that. I have to look back. I don't have it. Let me see. He's not going to be there because I deleted it. Let me see. If I go to my channel, let me go to manage videos. That one was, it was, let me see, live. I have to go back and, let me see, partially blocked. Is it this one? No, that's not that one. See, partially blocked, okay. So if I go here, I go to copyright, see details. See, I deleted it, so it's not going to be listed here no more. And that's the one I think that's the one. No, I know he has many hits. I think that's the one. It might be that one, Halfway to Paradise. I don't have it listed here because I deleted it. Because once you see it here, you can tell YouTube, take action. And if I, for example, this one, right? If I say take action, then this pops up. Then you have a choice to erase the song, replace it with a song, trim out the segment, or dispute it. I'm not going to dispute it because it's a waste of time. Because you don't win. That's not your song. What I do is I tell them trim out segment. So they cut the audio and video portion of that stream. They cut it out. And that's it. That's what I pick. Trim out, so it's gone. All right, that's what I do. So that's what I do. I just say erase song. So once it erases it, it's no longer on the list of the songs. Because all those songs are still in there. But none of them are blocking none of them are blocking my video from being watched. I just don't get monetized for them. All that money goes to the artist and to YouTube. I don't see anything. That's the only difference. And that's what's gonna happen. And most of my live streams are gonna be like that. It's unfortunate. See, the way I have to, if I make any money on the live streams, is either membership or super chat. That's it. I don't get nothing for the ads. All these ads, I don't get nothing from them because I'm gonna get hit with a copyright notice. That's the frustrating part. You know? That's why I'm at that point where, is it viable? Is it economically viable to keep putting in the time and effort when, they're killing me? That's why I really thought about the 30-day stuff. The only reason why I really want to do it is because of the views. Because I think it'll get views. I think when it's all said and done, when it's all the numbers come in, I'll gain a lot more subscribers. I'll gain a bunch of views, and then we'll see. And then we'll see if YouTube puts me on another. Because the thing is the algorithm. Remember, it's the YouTube algorithm. Is if YouTube thinks that people are gonna come and watch you, they'll recommend you. That's the way it works. YouTube, what it does, it sends out let me look at my number real quick over here. Analytics. So right now I've been on for what? 1 hour and 12 minutes. I got 240 views. As of right now, YouTube is telling me I got 240 views. I got 9 people watching. At 12 o'clock in the afternoon on a Friday. That's not bad. Now replicate that. What is it? 120 an hour. So let's do the math. Let's just do the math on this. 120 an hour, right? 120 an hour. So let's say, spoiler alert, here we go. 120 views an hour, right? So 120 views times. Now it's not gonna be every hour is gonna be 120 views. It's probably gonna some hours might spike up, but I'll leave it at 120. Average it out times 24. So that's 2,880 views in one day. Just for 24 hours. Say if I leave it on for 24 hours, at the end of the day, I should have 3,000 views on on this live stream. Now, if I let it run for 30 days, I'm just doing simple math. There's a lot of factors, believe me. It's not going to be that simple, but there's a lot of factors. If I do 2,880 times 30, I still won't get to my goal. I'll be at 86,400 views for 30 days. So I won't get to my goal. I'll fall short. I'll be at 900,000 and change. I'll be right there knocking. I'll be about 40,000 away knocking from the million mark. But, again, there's 2 things that's going to happen, though. One, in the beginning, it's going to be like this. And then as every day go by, it's going to be, some of it's going to be word of mouth. Some of it is I'm going to be posting stuff out there after, not the first day, but after the second day. I'll probably post every day. Oh, look, day number, I'll post it on my Facebook. Look, day number 5 I'm on. Day number 6 I'm on. Day number 7. I'm hoping between that and YouTube, it'll gain momentum. So I'm hoping by the end of the 30 days, I should have, I don't know how many people watching. I won't know until I've done this. It's an experiment. You see what I'm saying? Excuse me. So, but because I done my research on this. I done my research on this, and most people that done this, well, they haven't done it like this. They done like they came on for 30 days straight. Like every day they went on for 2 hours, 3 hours every day. I think there was one guy the other day, and his numbers went like from here to here. Like he saw like a 40% increase in his numbers overall after that. But me, I like to go. I'm thinking about going to the extreme. But I don't know. I think I'm gonna do a 24-hour one before that. So be on the lookout for that. It's gonna happen probably within the next. It has to happen within the next few days because I'm already. Today is February the 20th. The 28th I'm gonna be sleeping all day on the 28th. 20th I'm gonna be sleeping. 27th, 28th I'm gonna be. So it's gonna be probably maybe Sunday, maybe all day Sunday. Because if I don't have anything to plan all day Sunday, I could do all day Sunday till Monday. I'll do all day Sunday till Monday live stream. Put it to the test. I think I'll do that. And if worst comes to worst, then I start doing 30 days in a row. Maybe I'll do every day for 30 days. And that's not easy either, by the way. Even if you do every day for 30 days, not easy. So I don't know. I know if I do a poll, people are going to say, 30 days straight. We want the Truman Show. We want to hear you snore. Or we're going to hear you roll around in the bed over there and scratching your feet or whatever. Oh my God. Waking up in the morning. I don't know if I don't know if I want to do it now. Now that I'm talking about it, I don't know if I'm up to it. Yeah, but I don't want to do no overlays of an AI song. I don't want to do all that. 'Cause I don't really want to do AI. I don't want to incorporate no AI. Because if I do anything AI, I had to. By the way, if I do anything AI, I have to tell YouTube. I have to check in the box. Does it have some AI? Does it have some AI content? I gotta put yes, and they're gonna put you in another category. I don't want. I want it to be it has to be real. It's a live stream. In other words, there's gonna be, is there gonna be meltdowns? Who knows? Wow, yeah, I'll probably have a couple of psychotic episodes. I think I will. I think that might happen. You think? Knowing my history, you think I might have a psychotic meltdown on a live stream? All right, so anyway, I'll do it. So I'll do one live stream. So I'll probably do it for Sunday into Monday. I'll probably do that. And I gotta take my son to school on Monday. So yeah, that'll be interesting. And then that way I can incorporate the Weather Channel stuff in there. And so let me do one goal. I need to do one goal. I can't do it here. Can I do it here? What am I doing? I'm gonna have moments like this. Is it gonna be perfect? No, but audio. Okay. So let me do one thing here real quick. So I gotta do a goal. I have to do a goal. All right. 30 minutes. So I'll do that. Let me see. I'll put UPS power for streaming. I'll put for 24/7 live stream. How about that? So anybody want to donate, they can donate right now. UPS power, what do they call that? UPS power supply for 24-hour. I put supply for 24-hour live stream. I'll put 15 super chats. Start goal. There we go. So we'll start that goal. And they can see the goal. So they click on it, they can see the goal. So UPS power supply for 24-hour live stream. So this is going to go toward any amount's going to go toward that. There we go. So that's going to go toward that. I'm going to have to find a temporary one somewhere. So we got that. And then a poll. What's a poll? Is there a poll here? Can I do a poll? Let me see. Start a poll. Maybe I'll do a donation. Maybe I'll do like some kind of donation for that. Cause I could put a chat. I could do charity too. Let's start poll. Let me see. 30-day live stream for March. For the month of For the month of March. Continuous. 30-day, 24/7 live stream. And people gonna start talking about it. You know what? Talk about it. Let the rumors begin. Start poll. There we go. All right. So there you go. So I got that. And there it is. I'm not gonna vote, but you guys can vote. I'll be on for another hour or so, and then I'll probably do the same poll when I come back next. And by the way, tonight I'm gonna have Dr. Sky on tonight. I'll be on tonight, Dr. Sky. And that's another thing too. I could do little live streams in the boiler room with the phone. So not only I have this one, or I could do Dr. Sky right here. I just put up Dr. Sky and go catch a nap over there. Yeah, I forgot. I could do Dr. Sky right here or here. Or, yeah, whatever. Why my phone went off? Yeah. So there you go. So in the meanwhile, I'll be right back. Puerto Rico ad right there. All right, there you go. I'm back. And go back here. And there we go. Let me fix this chat box. It's all in the way here. And put it like right there. I guess I could pin this. Oh no. Okay, why can't I close it? That's right here. Yes, 100%. Okay, 2 votes. Okay. All right. Anyway, now we can talk about this. I want to talk about here. We got a little radio talk now. Here we go. Anyway, so this is the CW keyer decoder. Let me turn on this light. The keyer. Okay, let me put the microphone right there. Audio. Can I close this poll? It's not gonna affect the other one. Right? Let me see. Hope it doesn't affect the. Oh Jesus. Okay, it's right here. Okay, so 3 votes. Okay. So it's like everybody wants to see it. Anyway, here it is. So you see, it's a board. I could power it up. If I plug it in here, I could power it up. But I need a, let me see. Let's see if I can power it up. At least power it up so you can see it. Okay, we could try this one. Let me be careful with this. Knock everything over. Let me see. And then put this one in power. Let me see one. Power it up. Boy, I wish it could focus. Oh, you saw. I had it. Put it like that. I will put it right here. Maybe I put it here and I could you know what? I'll put it right here and I can point the camera down to it. Let me try that. I'm gonna point the camera down to it and see if I can hold it steady. You see? See how it looks? It says and it says input sending. Those two white blocks, you can't see the text inside there. It's very fine. But it says input sending. This camera does no justice. Anyway, so this column, the left column is input. And then the right column is sending. So the first column or the left column is going to be decoding in there. And then the second column or the right column, that's what you're going to type out or key. So you got to key. This goes to the computer to sound. And then the keyer goes here. Okay? So I'm gonna put it down here for a minute. I'm hoping not. Let me put it away. I don't want this thing to fall on the floor. Because the weight of it, the weight of this cable. So I have a keyer. I have a keyer, but the problem is I don't have the wire. I don't know where the hell I put the wire at for the keyer. You see, I have a keyer right here. But I need the wire that goes from here to here. So let me find the wire. I think I have it over here somewhere. I might have put it back up here. Let me tie it up on there. Where's my flashlight? Oh, I have it hooked up to my Zygo. To my Zygo. Let me get this. I'm gonna have to reach over here see if the Zygo. In fact, if I can reach the Zygo and unplug the wire from. So I need the wire. I need this wire. Follow a wire and unplug it. There we go. So I'm plugging to the keyer. And we're gonna try. Oh, so I'm blinding myself. I see spots. I'm gonna move all this over here. Trying to do all this stuff with. Okay, here we go. Put that there for a minute. I don't want this thing to fall, so that's why I just want to see if and this is gonna be without the so I have to I have to set this up with the computer. That's what it is. It's missing the sound card. So you see? So right, look. And the keyer. And then now this has to go to the and you can see, I don't know if you can see it closely there. And of course that's a buzzer. So now what you gotta do is when you set this up in the computer, you have to assign this you have to assign a COM port for this. Now I don't know if that's gonna involve virtual COM port. Because sometimes when you plug in a USB device, it doesn't see it as a COM port. So for that, you got to use a program called VSPE. Okay. Let me check it out here carefully. I don't want to be like. Actually, let me just disconnect the power. Okay, there you go. And then I'll take it out. Here. So you don't want let me see if you see, like for example, my FMDX web server, I have an AirSpy HF Plus Discovery SDR. Now, when you plug in that into the computer, there's no COM port. If you go to Device Manager, it shows it as USB device. But for the FMDX web server to work, you need to convert that into a COM port. So I had to create a virtual COM port. Okay? So there's a program in there. It's running in the background. It's called VSPE. I'll open it up right here. I'll show you. And it stands for Virtual Serial Ports Emulator. And I'll show you. I'm getting all this tangled cables here. My God. Sorry, folks. All right, let me put this key over here in the bed. All right, so let me move this cable over here. So you see, that's the name of the program. Virtual Serial Ports Emulator X64. And you see, COM port is successfully created. I had to create a virtual COM port because without that, it won't work. You see, if I open up let me move this mouse over there. You see, when I open up SDR Plus, you need to put this plugin. It's called XDR GTK server. And you see that you can, I don't know if you can see it closely. COM 10. That's what I had to put. If I don't put that, this will not connect to FMDX web server. So the same thing is going to happen with this. I had to create a virtual COM port, most likely. I think that's most likely the case. This came with no instructions, by the way. None. No instructions. So I'm going to break my head figuring this out. I did read a couple of comments in AliExpress. Because I got the Zygo G90. I really wanted to do it with the Zygo G90 because that one has a built-in CW decoder. Or the Yaesu FT991A. Now here's the deal. They recommend that you do have a built-in sound card already. So out of the two, obviously this one has a built-in sound card. This one, the G90, does not have a built-in sound card. I know people think because it's SDR, a transceiver has a built-in sound card. No, the G90 does not have a built-in sound card. Does have no built-in sound card. For you to use digital, like FTA and all that, you need a separate little device. It looks like a hockey puck. Where I have mine? It's around this somewhere. Let me go get it. Where is my little hockey puck device? Where the hell did I put my little hockey puck device? Yeah. So for the G90, you need an interface like this. And then you have an output that goes to, and you still need a sound card. You need like a USB sound card. So you need this too. You need all of this to interface with this. On the G90, I have to do all this. But with the Yaesu, I don't have to. Because that one has a built-in sound card. So that one, the USB goes straight to the computer. And that's it. And then in there, you see the Yaesu COM ports come up. It's two of them. And that's it. Because this has a built-in sound card. And that's it. But the G90 does not have a built-in sound card. You have to do this. Or you can use a device called like this one I have right here. I don't know if you can see it on the corner. I don't want to take it out. It's the DigiRig. It's called a DigiRig. It's a little black box. It has a built-in sound card and a USB on one side. So that's built-in, built-in. The DigiRig is a little black box. It has this on one end, and on the other end is a USB-C. So I'll show you. I just can't. I don't want to take it out because it's connected to the FT818, and I don't want to. It's right there. Let me take the helicopter out the way. The DigiRig. You see? This is the DigiRig. And if you can see the connecting right there. That one's connected to this one. DigiRig. I don't want to take that one out because I don't. But for the G90, I have to use this device. This goes to the G90. This goes to, one goes to the G90, one goes to the sound card. To this sound card that's connected to that computer. That's how I could do FT8 with G90. Okay, so the same thing's gonna apply for this guy, the CW decoder keyer. I'm gonna do the easiest one first. It's gonna be the Yaesu. I'm gonna try to set that one up first. Once I can figure that out and it works fine, I would like to switch it over to the Zygu because I really want to dedicate my Zygu for CW. That's my goal, is to use a G90 for CW. It goes up to 20 watts. That's all I need for that. I don't really want to use the machine setup for all that because I do this one. This is when it's for my voice and all that. This one is also my VHF UHF transceiver. This is also my FT8. You know, so I don't want to. I rather dedicate this machine to that. But I want to set this up first here, get it running. You know. But I never done CW. I know CW, they have their own settings you have to do for CW. Like I said, I don't know nothing about CW right now. Barely know about any of the settings or anything. You know, there are some settings you gotta put on it. And here, or here, there is settings on it. And then of course this one, I believe this can only go up to 21 words a minute. That's the maximum this can decode. But again, I don't know because this thing came with no instruction booklet, no nothing. All there is a video out there that somebody's doing this. For all I know, this could be a scam. But I just plugged it in. You saw the little OLED screen. So it powers up. So now the next step is to set it up with that. But I'm not going to do that until I get my 250th. And I'll show you that now. I'm going for the USA 250. Let me put this away. Of course, it has a little screen protector. I can peel that out. It has a little sticker. You can peel it out, but I'm not going to peel it out yet. But it's cute, right? Look at the little boy. Look how cute it is. And by the way, this is under 20 bucks. Anyway, before I get to that, what I was going to show, all the contacts. Before I get to that, let me minimize this. Let me put the thing back, the screen back. Okay, minimize that. Okay, so I'll leave it there so that I know who's connected. I don't know who's still on. I don't even know who's still watching. Let me see who's still watching. Anybody out there? Hello? Nah. Let me see. Let me check something real quick. So 8 people watching. Okay. All right. So the next thing is going to be. Why is it showing the weather channel thing still? Anyway. So now this board, there are two solutions to that, by the way. I'll start with the hardware solution. I first ran across this because I was going on eBay one day. I was, browsing through eBay. And I saw the MFJ. Let me check the model. I think it's 464. Let me look. Let me check. Let me check over here. MFJ. Is it 464? 464. Let me see. Yeah, okay. All right, so that's what it's. So I stumbled across this on eBay, and it kind of struck my interest. Was this guy? I'm sorry, I know my cable's short. I can't get closer. Anyway, it's called the MFJ CW keyer / reader. MFJ-464. Now, of course, this is they don't make this anymore. MFJ doesn't really make anything anymore. They are. This was on eBay. Excuse me. Sorry. Wow. Sorry about that. This is the one that I first saw on eBay. And I know the list price for that is about $279 or something. I forgot the time. I saw it on eBay for like $99. I put a bid on it. and I was hoping to win it, and somebody outbid me. They kept, I stopped at $125. I said, I'm not going down. And I guess somebody kept outbidding him. Finally, the guy won it. I think he paid like $270 something for it. I don't know. I wasn't gonna pay that much for it. But it did struck my interest, and I started looking up on alternatives of that. So there's, of course, the most famous one, I believe, is Winkeer. So I'm looking at hardware. These are hardware solutions, by the way. So I'm going through that first. Hardware solution. So this is MFJ 464. Of course, that's discontinued. They had them out there on eBay, but they're asking for $300 or more. I'm not paying that much for that. Hell no. So the next thing I saw was Winkeer. Winkeer USB. I think it's USB or something like that. And let me see if it's this one. So then you have this one. It's called Winkeer. Then you have that one. I know I'm gonna get an extension for this cord. So when I do my live stream, I'm gonna be able to get up close. Anyway, that's his call sign, K1EL Ham Radio Kits. I guess the website's called Ham Crafters. I'm gonna put all these links in the description after the live stream. I'm gonna put some of them so you can see what's going on. So this is WK USB. Oh my God! Can you focus? Focus, bro. WK USB CW Keyer assembled and tested for $139. So they're selling this one. So $139. So of course this box you connect it to a keyboard and a keyer. And again, if you know CW, then that's great. If you know CW, please don't come in here and start saying, "Oh, don't come in here with that." This is for people that are learning CW, that want to learn CW, but they also want to start making contacts. So it's like a hybrid. Like I know I can do a few things right now, but I'm learning. I'm brand new, bro. I'm like brand spanking new. Okay? I'm new. Totally new. Like I don't even know the whole alphabet yet or anything like that. You see what I'm saying? But I want to get into it where I could start, for example, another thing about this stuff, and I'm going to get into the software solution. There are few, by the way, this is a hardware solution. There are software solutions too. But, I want to, instead of, I got a trainer up there. I can play around with the trainer all day, play little games on there. No, I think for me, I'm at the point now where I just want to throw myself into the wolves. You know what I mean? And just learn that way. Kind of. Like I don't know if the analogy is like, oh, you're the second string quarterback, and you're on the bench and you're doing, you do your little practice snaps. That's great. But let's see what you do in the game. So say a first string quarterback goes down with a leg injury. Oh, they take him out the game. They cart him off the field. Now you got to get in the field and perform. This is why I like this, because I can make some mistakes on both sides, but I could also, watch the proper way of doing that. And by the way, these things have what they call macros. So for example, what you put a lot, CQ, DE, your call sign, right? Things like that. Of course I can do it myself a couple of times. I can do it one time, whatever, record it, then let it do it over and over by itself. You see what I'm saying? So, people use that. By the way, people also use that for contests. Don't think that doesn't happen. It does happen. I read up a lot. Believe me, I went down this rabbit hole for almost a year now. I've done a lot of reading on all this stuff. And I'm going to tell you that. People say, there's very few people that they say, oh, I don't make contact with people that have key or automatic key or whatever. No, a lot of people say, it's a QSO no matter what. It is a QSO no matter what. In my books, it's still going to be a QSO. It's going to be a CW QSO. On my QRZ, I'm going to have a CW QSO. Is it going to be all 100% me probably at the beginning? No, it's not going to be 100% me. Because I'm not proficient at that yet. But if I do it, hopefully within a year, I won't need that anymore. I'll be better than 20 words a minute. Because this is a limit on this is only 20 words a minute. Or 21 exactly. I forgot what's the number. But there is a limit on this. There's a limit on this. So, you can only go, now if you're proficient, you can do 25 or whatever. Then you're not going to need, but then you're not going to need this anyway. Because you'll be already, by listening to it and, what I mean, like learning any other language, in the beginning, you're going to, like learning like learning any other language. At first, you're going to have the thick accent. You're not going to be able to pronounce certain words or certain letters. But within a year, you're going to be speaking almost like a local. And the same thing is going to happen here. This is going to aid you for a while. And then you're off and running. You see what I'm saying? Because because not only you're sending out, but you also got to learn how to decode. You also got to learn how to use your radio with it. You have to learn how to, you might have to decode that. You might have to, the computer. And by the way, this is another thing they recommend. The same speed you're going to decode is the same speed they recommend that you send it on. Okay, so if you can only decode 16 words a minute, don't send it at 25 words a minute. Because, by the way, that's not good etiquette. I just learned all this stuff. Correct me if I'm wrong, people. Please, chime in. But, yeah. Let me go back here for a minute. Okay. So I'm at, 300. All right. So, that's another thing. And I'm reading up on all this stuff. So, the rule of thumb, if you can only decode 16, if you're decoding at 16, obviously, you're not going to be sending out 25 words a minute. You got to be consistent. And same thing on the other end, if they can only decode, say you get to the point where you can send out 25 words a minute, but they can only decode 16, you need to take it down a notch. This is what I'm reading, people. This is why it's better to practice it. Reading is great, and reading is good to a certain point, but after a while, it says, you know what? You got to learn by doing. Right? You got to learn by doing. And I think something like this is great for that. And I'm going to try it. Now, if I may not like it, then I'll probably wind up shelling out for the wink here. And by the way, there's also a software solution. I'm going to show you a couple of them right now. The first one that people talk about a lot is FLDG. It is a decoder, but there is a portion, there is a part of the program you can also send out. I didn't know that, but I don't know if that's you have to pay for that part, or I don't know. I don't use FLD. I don't use FLDG much. I only use it a few times to decode Navtex. Like when I go to the Navtech, I had decode, and that's about it. I don't use it much. I'm not much of a. I know there's other people that do a lot of those videos. Don't use it much for anything. Especially since I've been licensed. I've been doing FT8 and single sideband and digital voice on VHF, UHF. But I haven't, because I for example, I cannot do slow scan TV. I can't do that anyway. But that's not part of that. That's something else anyway. But I know FLDG, but that's not the one I would look at. If you're gonna look at software solution, there's a couple of other ones. I think there's one. If I remember, there's one called CW Get. I'm not gonna look it up here. Actually, I'll just talk about it. The only one I'll talk about real quick, and I'm gonna put it up there, is Ham Radio Deluxe. Because that's the one that everybody. That's the one that when I went down the rabbit hole, I started looking up videos on it. A lot of people recommend that one for software. And the reason why they recommend that one a lot, because it is compatible with a lot of radios. Excuse me. Let me put the camera back over here. Ham Radio Deluxe. It is compatible with a lot of radios, including this radio right here. So Ham Radio Deluxe. Let me go to the website. Let me Google it, and then I'll Ham Radio. Ham Radio Deluxe, right? And then their website is. So this is a software solution. Again, hamradiodeluxe.com. Sorry. So that one, you got to pay a fee for the software. They do give you a free trial, but then you have to buy it. And let me see how much is the price on there. It's not cheap. I think you have to pay for, let me see, free. Let me see, buy now. Let me see. If you buy now. Yeah, so that one is $99.95 for 12-month subscription. Okay. So I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of subscription, buying a software subscription, then every year they want you to pay again. But I think the renewal price is not $99. I think the renewal price, let me see what the renewal price is. So renew is, okay. Yeah. Oh, come on, bro. What's going on here? All right. So Ham Radio Deluxe is $99.99 for the first year. And then every year you want to renew after that is $49.99. But that one has a lot of stuff. I have the free trial. I can't use it no more because I read the free trial right now. I actually thought about this one. This is the one I really thought about long and hard because this radio is supported by it. It works well with it. By the way, that software, you can do a lot of other stuff. Not only, there's many modes. Many modes you can do with that software. Ham Radio Deluxe. It's too many to mention. I've seen many videos on it. It blew my mind. But you got to pay. You got to pay. $99. So it's $99.99 for the first year. And then every year you want to renew it, it's $49.99. So, I thought about, and by the way, if this thing doesn't work out, instead of buying the key, I may just do 1 year with the Ham Radio Deluxe and try it out. And then, I got a year. I got a year to, and it's the software version. It's software, software. So you have, and I've seen that there's videos on this, by the way. There's videos on this. So, it does decode. And it is pretty, by the way, it's one of the best decoders. Some of them are not that good, compared to, but Ham Radio Deluxe, I heard, is pretty good decoder. And of course, you have your, but in this case, you don't have this interface in the way. So you hook up the keyer. My God, I got so excited. Okay, Daddy, calm down. So the software solution, you just key away, but you also have your keyboard in case, you get stuck. And you forget or whatever. You say, okay. And by the way, it does have macros. So some of the calming stuff, you could just invoke either a shortcut key and it does type that stuff out or whatever, So yeah, that too. So my Ham Radio Deluxe isn't working. Let me open it. See? I can't open it no more. They want me to put the activation key. So I can't open it. So see, I already tried it. I tried it out. But I didn't try it out for anything because at that time. But I took a look at it. You see, I can't. It's still installed there, but I can't do nothing with it. So that's another one, the software solution. Okay, so let me go back here. So that one has a bunch of digital modes and all that. You see, Satellite adjustment, rig control. Of course, QSO logging and all that stuff. Integration with WSJTX. HDR DM70 is for the RTTY, PSK31, and other digital modes. If I play this video, let me see if I can play it.
Ham Radio Deluxe is a full-featured integrated suite of station automation software applications for amateur radio. Access all the features of your radio from a single easy-to-use window. Access specific frequencies and bands through the flexibility and variety of options. Change VFOs and modes quickly from one rig control screen.
Let me back up over here a little bit. Right? Hopefully I don't get hit with a copyright strike over a video that I'm sharing on live.
Save and manage favorites without the hassle of programming them into your radio. The ribbon at the top of the screen provides quick access to HRD Logbook to access your log, DX cluster, and QSL and awards tracking. In Logbook, you can view or edit log entries. Look up name and location information through online or CD-based callbook databases. Log new QSOs from the DX cluster panel with a quick click of a mouse. This does a lookup and finds your station's information, automatically setting the frequency and mode for your radio. Use the tabs in the logging screen to find out if you've worked them before or if you need this country for this band or mode. You can also enter a call sign directly into the logging screen. Again, this shows previous QSOs in your log for that station, the status of country credits for that band or mode, country detail, contact and location information, award status, propagation information for that time, and QSL information and much more.
All right, let me skip all that.
Uploading to Logbook of the World in EQSL
I'm going to skip here and there.
Logbook integration helps you stay focused on your digital QSL. Logbook integration.
Let's see.
Digital Master 780 makes using popular digital modes easy. Logbook integration helps you stay focused on your digital QSO without the need to bounce over into your logging application. Most all popular digital communication modes and single sideband TV are built in. DM780 provides powerful macros, or you can manually type into the QSL window. Work a single station in the waterfall, or you can use Super Sweeper to see all the QSOs on that frequency simultaneously. Call sign lookups are quick and easy. Adding QSOs into your log is quick with the click of a mouse. Don't miss the next pass of your favorite satellite or international space station with HRD satellite tracking application.
So this has that too.
Here we can see the next pass of the International Space Station with constant azimuth and elevation information.
All right. So there you
Use
go.
Google Earth integration to see the ground.
All right. So we get the point there. Let me put the features on. Yeah, so it has a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff. So yeah, so that's what I looked into. Let me go back. Actually, put live. Hey, who's that guy there doing live again? Who's that guy there doing live? Well, not to the degree. No, you're wrong on that. I looked, believe me, there's no free software that does both. There's free software that does decoding, but not both. No, there is none. There is one, but it's rated horrible. So that is not true. That is not true. Now, when it comes to the closest one, I think is the CW, which is one's called CW, and it's not even free. You still got to pay for that portion. For decoding, there's a lot of them. I'm not talking about decoding. I'm talking about transmitting. Not all of them. Some of them are very limited. Some of them they don't support certain radios. So no, it is not unnecessary. So you're wrong, and you're wrong. There you go. Because I've been looking this up for a long time, believe me. But of course, again, it goes back to another thing. Hardware solutions usually are the better ones. From what I looked into, I think out of all of them, hardware solution, if you want to do both receive and send, hardware solution, I think the best one right now is the Winkier. From what I read, is the Winkier, because they still make it and they still support on there. The MFJ 464, that one was the best one supposedly. However, that one, there is no more support on it. It's discontinued. There is no more MFJ. Or anything that's out there right now is just old new stock, or new, what is it? New old stock. And that's it. So one more time. You're wrong. So it's not unnecessary. Again, I'm gonna have people that are gonna say, well, you don't really need to do all that. No, I do. This is the way I want to do it, and I do want to have a hardware solution. Now, of course, I want to try this hard. By the way, this solution is very cheap. This thing, when it's under $20. Of course, it's made in China. There's no instructions on there. There's no manual on it. Nothing. I took a gamble on it. I'm gonna try it out. Hey, if it works, it works. If it doesn't work, then I'll probably go ahead and maybe I'll do the Ham Radio Deluxe, because that one, there's a lot of videos on Ham Radio Deluxe software. And by the way, it's not only CW. Like Ham Radio Deluxe, it does a whole bunch of other modes. But CW, when they do the ratings on them, they reviews on all of them. The free one, there is a free one that does both, but I heard that one is horrible. It's horrible. It crashes quite often. And by the way, that one also, the free one, the person no longer supports that one. That one is basically, it's out there, but there's no more support on it. You understand? There's no support on it. It's one that was made years ago. I think they made that one for like Windows. I think that one was ready for Windows XP. That's how old it is. I think it was made for Windows XP. It's old. So now you're talking about decoders only. There's a whole bunch of them, of course. I'm talking about the one decoding and sending. There's not that many out there. There's quite a few, but not a lot. And the ones that are the cream of the crop, there's only a handful of them. And they vary in price like crazy. If this works, and folks, I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to smash that like button right now, folks. You better smash that like. You better share this fucking video with everybody. If this works, AliExpress is going to thank me for selling these out, because this is the cheapest solution you can get. I paid $16 and I think it was 88 cents for this device. Under $20. Okay? So, you people out there, nobody posts a video on this. Go look up YouTube right now. Anybody post a video on this device, you tell me right now. Tell me right now. No one. No one. No one. Okay? This guy. So you know what's going to happen? If this works, and I get it running and I do a review on this is going to get sold out. And I guarantee the price will double. I guarantee you the price will double because of me. Because of me. Okay? And there you go. Like I said, they are, decoders. There's a million decoders. This radio has a decoder. The G90 has a decoder built in. You want to hear something funny? This radio is a $400 radio, has a decoder. This Yaesu does not have a decoder. This Yaesu that I spent about, I'm going to say a total of $1,300 total, does not have a decoder for CW. None. No decoder. Zygo G90 has a decoder built in for CW. It's built in. I just got to press the button and, adjust it, and that's it. And that's it. All that? Oh, that's for this. I'll show you in a minute. Yeah, I bought that a few weeks ago. This is for this guy. Hey, where's my mouse? This is for this guy. It's for this guy. I have it hooked up here with my, I'm talking about this guy. Okay, mode button, there we go. Okay, what's going on? Unless my battery is dying. Okay, I think my battery is dying. That's what it is. Probably my battery. Yeah, I need to change the battery on this. Anyway, that's what that is. So, in case you're wondering. There you go. Yeah, I bought one of those game sticks. Because I bought one for my son for Christmas, and he liked it so much. And his got 20,000 games. So I bought myself one. This one got 40,000 retro games. So it comes with these two controllers. They're pretty good controllers, though. I'm surprised. They're very good. Very good controllers. You get two of them with the game stick. I'll show you the game stick. Game stick is right there. Oh, but I knocked out my water. Here we go. Let me go get my water. I have to go get my water down there. Lucky the cap was on. All right. Sorry about that. Yeah. So yeah. Danny, you corrected me. Yeah, I mean, there are many decoders. Some radios even have them built in. That radio has it built in. But I'm talking about Kier, So I'll be using this in conjunction with my Kier. Let me bring it over here. Let me unplug this. Throw the wire over there. So I'm going to be using this in conjunction with this and a keyboard. So as I do this, when I get stuck on something, instead of humna, I can do the keyboard. You see? So it's like a crutch. Yeah, so it is a crutch until you don't need this anymore. Then you have this only. You understand? So, but I need this because if I'm doing this and I get stuck with hamina, you know what I mean by hamina? You guys know what I'm talking about, the honeymooners. I'm not, come on. You guys know who the honeymooners, what the honeymooners. So you know how he gets stuck, hamina. So I don't want to be hamina. And then I have to, so I can type it in. Okay. Oh. And then I can finish the QSO and I get stuck. And also, when you do repetitive stuff, Instead of you doing it over and over, you do it and you save it as a macro. It saves it as a macro. And then, so me calling out CQ. Yeah, how many? Yeah, Andy. You know, when he stumps. Remember that? The $64,000 question. Hello, T Radio 972. I hope you're doing well. Happy Friday. So, yeah, so that's why I want to try this device. So I could, you know, immerse myself in CW. Because that's what I can, that's the only mode I can do on the rest of HF. Other than FT8. I can do a little single sideband antenna and 6 meter, but, you know, not much there. And then, you know, as time go by, yes, Swanee River by Ed Norton, yeah. Yes, Swanee River, that's the name of it. Swanee River, there you go. So, yeah. So, you know, if you saw earlier today, the announcement is I am going to try to attempt a 30-day live stream beginning March 1st until March 30th. And I don't know what's going to happen. You know, it's like the real life Truman Show, except it'll be real life Danny Show. Of course, you're not going to watch me 24/7. You know, I'm going to put some stuff on. You know, maybe maybe when I take a break. Like right now, I'm going to go upstairs for a minute. I'm going to put this on. Yeah, 30-day live stream starting March 1st, midnight, March 1st, all the way until as long as I can go. Two things are going to happen. Either the computer's going to crash, or there's going to be a Windows update that's going to mess up my 30-day streak, or I'm going to have a meltdown. I'm going to have a major meltdown. They're going to take me on a straitjacket out of here. 30-day live stream challenge for me. Not too many people on YouTube has done more than 30 days in a row. So we'll see what happens. I have many things. Of course, I'll be doing some gaming. As you saw there, I'll be doing some gaming. Also, let me go upstairs for a minute. But before I do that, let me put on the, for all you people out there, the Weather Star 400. I have the phone. Yes, I have the phone. It's right there, the pole. But no. Somebody put no. All right. So now I'm going to go to the desktop. What the hell happened? Oh, there you go. Oh, there you go. Be right back. Alrighty, back to, there you go. That was cool. Two Broke Tim. Danny, I see you got that haircut 3510. Yeah, my wife cut my hair. That's it. I don't go to the barbershop. They charging too much. I just told my wife, look, number one, that's it. I don't need no more fade skin. You know, what I had what I had in the back a lot was a skin fade. So the same thing in the top, and then here is all razor. You know, like they call it skin fade. No different. It's just, you know, I got a little hair in the back. That's all. You know, that's all. So where's my clippers at? Actually, they're in the other room. I'll show you the clippers. Actually, no, barber's charging too much money now. Yeah, see, it's cheaper to do it yourself, man. It's cheaper to do it yourself. Yep. So, you know, it's rechargeable. I was charging in the other room. So this is the one I use. Of course, it's color coded. Let me unplug it. It's rechargeable. Let me roll up this cord. And I'll show you the different attachments. But I only tell her to put one. That's it. It's the red one. It's the lowest one. I'll show you. I'll show it to you. I need to try to do it myself though, because you know she says I nag her. You bother me when you do that. You know, I'm saying, yeah, but you know what? You know why? Here's the deal. Here's the deal, Tim. Before the pandemic, there's a barber I used to go right here, a couple of blocks away. You know, nice ladies, you know, Mexican. They're Mexican. They're sisters. Actually, there's 3 sisters that they run that barbershop. Right? They would charge me, I think it was $15. And they would cut my hair real nice. You know, these are all the attachments in here. Let me take out the apron. See, you got all these color-coded attachments. One for, you know, black. This one. And then this one, the red one. This is the one I told. Put the red one on, and I said do the whole thing red. This is what. Can't see the number. Where's my flashlight? Number 1. That's what I told her. Number 1. Number 1, that's it. Number 1, the whole thing. See? And then clean it up. Take out the clip and then clean it up. That's it. You know why? Because during what happened? Remember the pandemic, right? We couldn't go get it. We couldn't go get a haircut. So I told her, you know what? You're cutting my hair because I'm not gonna have a blowout for 1.5 years, whatever the hell happened. No. So she started cutting my hair, and that's it. From there on, I never went back to the barbershop. Because I did go back one more time to the barbershop after the pandemic. You know how much they wanted to charge me after that? So I used to pay $15 for a skin fade. Basically the same thing, except it's blended right here. Skin, you know, faded. So the hair was that short on the top, but here was skin blended, right? $15. But I would tip her. I would tip her like $5. So $20. I would give her $20. You know, so $15 for the haircut. I would give her $5 tip because, you know, she's a nice lady. We talk and all that. No, after the pandemic, it went up to $25. It went from $15 to $25. And I went, and she said, you know, I was like, you know, I'm ready to pay. I'm ready to give her my, you know, 15 plus 5, 20. I mean, here's a 20. Nope. 25, the price. I was like, what? For the same thing you did a year ago? A year, not even a little over a year ago. The same thing you did a little over a year ago. Now I'm going to pay $25. So, of course, I gave her the $25. And I did give her a tip. But this is my last tip I told her. I said, by the way, here's a tip. You're not going to see me here no more. I said, here's my $25 plus 5. So now it's $30. Forget about $20. It's $30. Yeah, I know. People are going to say, oh, but for $10 more, you're going to go crazy on them? Yeah, because you know why? My hair grows fast. And I do the math. Do the math in your head. Because what happened during the pandemic, when my wife started cutting my hair, and I kept doing live streams, saying, you guys saw it, my hair, it's not that bad. Look, it's clean. It's clean. Right? It's clean. I don't mind it now. My hair's all mostly white now anyway. I don't care. I may even try to do it without it. Just the whole thing. Baldy. I'm practically bald anyway. And it's free. You know? And no, by the way, this is Yonkers. This is not New York City. New York City would be more. New York City's more. I saw a video the other day. Barbers are charging people $100 a haircut. Haircut, $100. And by the way, that barber, sometimes I gotta wait. So that's another thing. It's time. When I go to that barber, right? She's popular. She's popular. You know, 25. Okay, if you look at the scheme of things, I saw a video the other day. There's barbers that are going crazy now. They were charging people $100 a haircut. $100 a haircut. That's crazy. What happened to me is once my wife started cutting my hair, and the hair's like, yeah, is it the best? Is it the best way? Is the best I can look? No. But at this point in my life, do I really care how I look to a point? No, I don't. I don't care. And she used to do by the way, sometimes she would put like a little like when she would put the warm towel, make sure the pores are open, and she would do the nice razor thing. I would have a nice shape up, Yeah, it was I couldn't think of it, but you know what happened? My hair grows. You guys understand? My hair grows within a month. This hair's gonna grow back within a month. My hair grows fast. So normally, I would cut my hair almost every 2 months. Normally, right? But I just got to the point saying, no, you know what happened? That I was there. I felt insulted when she said $25. That's what happened to me. I think I took it a little too personal, because I'm like, I've been coming here for last few years. Since I moved to this neighborhood, I went to a couple of barbers. I didn't like them, but then when I went to their barber, I was dedicated going there. And my brother still goes there. My brother still goes there. So it's not only me, it's my brother used to go there. He still goes there. And, I felt like, why are you going to just raise it like crazy like that? So I kind of felt insulted. So I said, you know what? My wife's been cutting it for me. And, it's fine. Is it the best way? Is it the best haircut? No. But it's free. So this button is like hard to put down. Oh my God. There you go. So, the only thing is I gotta ask my wife to cut my hair now. I'm trying to convince my son to do it. Because maybe my son could get better and he could do the sides, But my son is like, he's afraid to cut my hair. I was like, Sanjay, cut my hair. Come on. Just cut it. And he's like, no, I don't want to cut it. My brother Harry can't do it because he's legally blind. He's legally blind in one eye. And then the other eye but in one eye he's legally blind. So he don't want to do it. He's very scared. I'm watching videos right now how to do it myself. I want to eventually do it myself. I would like to do a fade myself. I see people do it in videos, but I can't. I don't know if I could go back there. So, excuse me. Yeah. Excuse me. My God. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, look, if you look at all the barbers around here, she's still the least expensive. But I just felt insulted. I don't know. I felt insulted. Like, look, I've been loyal. You gotta start something. When I went there, she had no customers. Like she was always the first barber I used to go. You know how some people have a bunch of people waiting for them? It wasn't her. So I was one of the first ones to go there to her chair. Cause I think there's a male guy there that he cuts all the guys' hair. And some of the guys don't, like especially the young guys, they don't want to go to, because they see a woman, they think, she don't know how she doesn't know how to cut my hair. But she cut my hair, and I liked it, and people looked at it and said, man, I'm gonna go with you. You know what I mean? Like I gave her that. I was one of those people that gave her the props. Like when I came out of there, it was like, man, you look like a new man. Like she literally would knock off 10 years out of my look. Make me look 10 years younger when she got through with me, cutting my hair. And, sometimes she would shave. Because sometimes I would pay for a shave. Normally I shave myself, but, But anyway, I felt insulted after from $15 to $25. I was like, nah, man. Now you just, come on, man. Not even, it was maybe a year. I didn't go to that barbershop for like a year because of the pandemic. And then once they opened up, they went crazy with the prices. Like, nah, man, Because you know what happened? I'm going to tell you what happened with the pandemic. Let me fold this up. I don't know. So for some reason, I can't walk and chew gum at the same time. I'm gonna tell you what happened with the pandemic. What it did to the psychology of some people. What happened with the pandemic was we put too many people on a pedestal. We made them into they're all essential workers. Like grocery store workers are all essential workers. No, you're a grocery store worker. Don't get me wrong. I appreciate everybody that works in those places. It's not easy to work at a grocery store. Believe me, I worked at a grocery store when I was young. Or fast food worker or whatever. I get it. But they put them too much on a pedestal. You guys, you're the lifeline over there. Come on, just stop. Just stop with that. And that's what happened. And now you see these videos out there. DoorDash. That's why I don't order DoorDash no more. I banned all of them. I don't order out. Like third party, like I don't do no Uber Eats. I don't do none of that because they're crazy. They went crazy now. I seen DoorDash videos that the guy came over and said, why you didn't put enough tip on my thing? First of all, DoorDash the first time we ordered DoorDash, they put fees like crazy. Like a $30 meal is like $60 by the time you get through with all the fees and all that. A $30 meal is like $60 with DoorDash because they put fees and all this stuff on there. So, I'm thinking, okay, well, your tip is going to be, and I think we give them some tip. But it never happened to me because, I don't play that shit. Don't come and knocking my door telling me that I don't, fuck that shit. I fucking knock, fuck that shit. You're not coming into my house throwing food on me like that. I seen videos where literally they insulted, like, oh, you live in this big house and I only got a $10 tip. Oh my God, like they went crazy and they flinged the food at the person. That's why I say that's why I'm done with all that. But yeah, but what happened before that was the pandemic. It put them on a pedestal. They put too many of them on a pedestal, and their head got big. Oh, you know, we're indispensable. We're the lifeline. No, you know what? I don't eat out no more. That's it. You know how I solved that problem? No more DoorDash. No Uber Eats, no DoorDash, no nothing. The only person that delivers here is Papa John's. They have their own delivery. Papa John's. Who else? Who else we order out from? Local Chinese restaurant. They have their own local delivery guy. That's it. Nobody else. I don't want nobody. I don't want no third party. You know, whatever. Uber Eats. I'm done with all that because I've seen too many videos where they even nibble in their food. I seen Uber Eats video. The guy went to a urinal. He put the food on the floor next to the urinal while he's taking a whiz. You know how disgusting that is? The guy went to a public, I don't know, some restroom somewhere, and he's whizzing on the urinal. He puts the food right on the floor right next to the urinal. Disgusting. You think I'm gonna order Uber Eats after that? Or DoorDash? Hell no. But I was done with them years ago because of the fees. It's ridiculous. You buy just buy McDonald's with DoorDash. Good luck. You're dropping $100 to feed a family of 3 people. Family of 3, $100. $100. Seriously, $100. Almost $100. And they get you order your 20-piece for my son and French fries, and he likes to have a couple of cheeseburgers for later on. I get my little quarter pounder with French fries with the soda. Said it's all said and done, it's like $100. Rip off. Well, you know what happened? The pandemic messed all that shit up because the pandemic put them on a pedestal. Oh, they're like essential. They put them on a pedestal with essential workers. Like, oh, the lifeline of the... Get the hell out of here. So that's what happened with the barber. Her head got big. Oh, everybody needs a haircut. No. We did without you. We did without you for over a year, Missy. Now you want to almost double up the price on me? Fuck no. Sorry. No. I'm a loyal customer. You should treat me better than that. You're going to almost double the price on me? Hell no. Get out of here. I'll cut my own hair. I don't care. I'm going to figure it out. My wife told me one point, I'm not cutting your hair no more. Okay. Well, I'm going to do it myself. I don't care. I don't care if I get streaks on my head. I don't care. I'll do it. And one day I may do it live. Maybe during that 30-day live stream. And that 30-day live stream, maybe on the 28th day, let me cut my hair. Whoop. I'll do it myself. There you go. $30 fucking for a haircut. Get the fuck out of here. Sorry, I'm not doing that shit. That's crazy. Now I understand women, like for example, I know when women, they go to the salon, it's an arm and a leg because, they have long hair, they want to style it. That takes more time. But a haircut like this, just a skin fade, you're going to charge me $30? Get the hell out of here. This shit only takes this shit tops. If you, with that thing, with the way she cuts my hair, 6 minutes. Maybe 5 or 6 minutes, she's done. Out of here. I'm not paying no fucking $30 for that shit. Fuck out of here. Hell no. But that's what did it for me. But a year. We couldn't go to a barbershop around here in Yonkers. Everything was closed. It was a stupid because we had the governor in New York State. Remember, we had Cuomo. He locked down everything. Cuomo locked down everything. Especially the first couple of months, man. So I said, no, My barber, she was closed for almost a year. And then finally, I think she started just, a couple of people at a time. You had to make an appointment. I'm not making an appointment. The fuck out of here. So my wife should cut my hair. I told my wife, I said, no, you're going to have to cut my hair. I'm not going to let this shit blow out. I'm not going to let this shit go blow out and look all crazy. That's what happened to me. Once I went down that rabbit hole, I said, I can do it for free, or I can spend $30. Plus, I gotta wait. Now she got clients. Now sometimes, but as a matter of fact, the last time I went there to get my hair cut, actually before the pandemic, she had clients. There's times I waited for over. I think one time I had to wait for over an hour because I had like 4 people in front of me. Like 3 or 4 people in front of me. I had to wait for an hour one time. I was sitting there waiting for over an hour. And I'm like, I ain't doing that no more. Get out of here, man. I'm telling life is too short for all that shit. Well, just to get a skin fade. I get a skin fade, for 2 weeks, that shit is gone. Hell no. Just use that shit. Number 1. Thank you. Clean this up. That's it. I'm good to go. I ain't no chick magnet. I ain't trying to be a chick magnet. I don't care. Them days are over, man. I see you got a 3510. I don't know what the hell 3510 mean. I guess the price, I don't know. But I'm glad you noticed it. And I just got it yesterday. My wife cut it for me yesterday. Yeah. And I haven't looked at my poll. Let me see. Let me go check my poll. Oh, Singapore. Okay. Let me read your comment here. 9V1KM Magnus. Good. Nice to see you, my friend. And welcome to the live stream. Happy Friday. Singapore. Greetings, Danny. Great talking point. I remember I had to work throughout COVID. Well, I didn't. I got let go right before the pandemic. In fact, I got sick because of work. That's what happened to me. Two broke 10. When I first went in the Air Force, 1976, I always got gigged for my hair. No, I loved my hair like this. Even when I was younger. Once I went in the military, my hair was never that long. I think one time I tried it for a few months. I tried to let it sprout out. I hated it. It was too hot. Yeah. So let me go back up here. So Andy says, like the video. Oh, you like the video on AliExpress? Yeah. Yeah, they have the video on AliExpress for this thing. For the CW keyer, CW decoder key. They have a video. But there's no instruction on it, so I have to figure it out. Andy Randomness is LOL DualShock 5 on the desk. Yeah, well, like I showed you. So these two come with that game stick. These are the ones you see on the TikTok shop and all that. I bought mine from Amazon. I think it was a total of no, actually I got mine from the TikTok shop. I think it was a total of $34.95 total. Okay, focus there. $34.95. This one has 40,000 games. As you can see, I'll show you. You see? I think anyway, I gotta change the battery. I think let me try again. Yeah, right now it's stuck. I wonder if I need to power it up. Let me try to power it up. Maybe. Let me see what happens. Maybe. So this is booting it up now. So this is GMU Elect. Okay, so yeah, I think the batteries. Yeah, the batteries. Cause right there. Yeah, I put cheap batteries in here. Is that? But yeah, the controller. I bought one for my son during for his birthday actually. Now before his birthday, it was in December, and my nephew has a PS4, I believe. And when he held these controllers, he said, "Wow, Danny, for this price, these are very good controllers." So he owns a PS4, and he said that these are very good controllers. And I was surprised because I thought these were going to be cheap. I didn't, because I was going to get my own controller for it. And I have Xbox controller, I have the, Xbox, USB for the PC and all that. I could use that. But he said that these are very good for the price of the thing. He said they look very, I had a couple of complaints, and I read them that they had lag, but I haven't found any issue with them. And it comes with 2 of them, which is cool. So, yeah. So, hello, T Rating and every 2. I hope you're doing well. Hamana, yeah. Hamana. Swanee River, Ed Norton, yeah. That's what he said. Ed Norton? He's like, no. What, he was going for the $68,000 question? Or something like that? Yeah. Andy Randomness. Andy Randomness. I may do some GTA 5 stream before GTA 6 comes out. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that'd be cool. I never played GTA. I may play some of that too. That particular thing has 40,000 games. They do have PS1 in there. There is PS1 console. And by the way, you can add more in there. So you just take the SD card out, you put it on your PC, and of course there's all folders in there. So whatever ROMs you have, you just drag them and drop them in there, and then it's like Bottle Sarah or the other one. What's the other one? Man, I forgot off the RetroPie. So and I do have a Raspberry Pi 400 right there. I was gonna put RetroPie in that one, but since I got this device, I'm gonna use that for something else. But I have this, and I have other ones. I even have this one. I'm gonna do during the live streams. I have this one. This is more of this is the Super Retro Trio 3 Plus. So this one has Sega Genesis, Nintendo, Super Nintendo, and then let me see. Of course, I got this. I'm trying to open the. I gotta put something in it. Oh my god! For the controller. Okay, I need to stick something so I can pull this thing out. Give me a minute. Wrong thing. Let me do it carefully without. There you go. Sorry. So this one you can put the. It comes with 2 controllers already. They're like Super Nintendo type looking controllers, I believe. So of course you could put the Genesis ones. And you could put the Nintendo ones. The Nintendo ones. Or you can put the SNES, I believe. These are the SNES. I forgot which one is which. Let me see. I got a low light. Let me see. Yeah. So these are SNES. Sorry. These are the Genesis ones. And then these are the Nintendo ones. And then there's a switch there. And then when you power it up, you got to put the switch, which one you want to turn on. So, of course, I have multi-cards for these. I have regular cartridges for them. So this one is the Let me check it out here. Mega Drive or Ever. See, it has an SD card in there. So I think this one is like about 1,400 games in here. So it has every Genesis game, every Sega Master System game. It has Sega 32X and Saturn, I believe. So that one goes in there. And then this one is a Super Nintendo one. I think this one, 900 games in there. And it has an SD card also. So this one has 900 Super Nintendo games. And then, of course, last but not least, Nintendo. NES. Does it say how many? 852 and 1. That's what it says, right? So this one is 852 Nintendo games in there. Okay. So there you go. So I on my retro channel I play these. Okay, I didn't put this one in correctly. It's crooked. So you see? So it's thousands of games in here. And then that's the back of it. So you got your regular, and then you have HDMI right here. HDMI, okay? So this one, I played with this one on my retro gaming channel a few times. So you guys seen it on that channel. So I'm going to be using that one too. And I'll use that one too. I'll use that one during the 30-day. I'll do those. I do have a modded I have 2 modded Xboxes too. I have one of them that has over 4,000 games, retro games and arcade games and all that. And then I have another modded Xbox that has a whole bunch of Xbox games in it. That one is, of course, modded also. All the games are on the hard drive, so they load fast and everything. And then I have a GameCube. I have a Nintendo GameCube. So I have quite a few. And I have a Commodore 64. Where is it? The Mini. It's over there, the Mini. I have a Commodore 64 Mini. So I want to play Commodore 64 games. I can play it on that one too. You know? James Farley, I know about what's going to happen, a meltdown, etc. Yeah, I know. I think it's gonna happen. It's bound to happen. You know, 30-day live stream. You know, there's gonna be probably a meltdown in there somewhere. Who knows? Hopefully, it won't be something. Well, I don't know. I'll leave it at that. Who knows? But we're talking about 30 days straight. You know, like a reality show. Yeah, it'll be like a reality show. Except, you know, you're not going to see me do everything. I mean, during the times that I won't be here in front of the camera, I got to sleep. I got to do other business. That'll probably be some other stuff pointed to other stuff or whatever. You know? I'm going to take one day at a time and see. Well, I don't have a job. This is my job right now. Well, I'm a stay-at-home dad, so that's why I can do this. You know, listen. I'm not to make light of it. You know, but you know we're in a position where right now we're okay. Like if I had to work, and my son has to be in my brother's care or daycare, whatever. So be it, but we're not at that point, thank God, so far. So yeah, you know. So that's why. And by the way, this is not my job. You know, I don't make nothing out of this. It's not my job. But I'm just saying that it could be my job one day if my channel were to grow, and I want, you know, some point, you know. But right now I'm not at that point. Believe me, not at that point. Not at that point. But yeah, I'm a stay-at-home dad. I mean, everybody knows that since I started this channel. You know, can I be working somewhere making, you know, whatever? Yeah, I can. But you know, I don't get to take my son to school every day. I don't get to spend time with him. You know, it's a long story, but you know, two parents working. Yeah, two parents working can make a lot of money, but my son will be in daycare, and we didn't want that. We decided from day one that she loves what she does. And by the way, she makes a lot. By the way, even if I get a job, she's always gonna earn more than me. Because I'm at the point now where I'm older. I'm older than her. I'm 13 years older than her. So, my skills are not, you know. And believe me, it's not that I looked here and there. Nobody's banging down my door anymore asking me to go work for them. I get a couple of inquiries here and there, but nothing that gets my attention. And plus, if I do, not that, I have to explain it to you, but, I would have been, I'm looking for overnight stuff. That's what I'm looking for because I'm a night owl. And that pays, pays decent and whatever. But I haven't found anything to myself. Now, as my son get older, then that's different. Right now my son is 11. He's still like, especially my wife. He's always gonna be my baby. But to my wife, that's Mama Bear. I even the mentioning that next year he's gonna go to school. He's gonna start walking to school by himself. My wife went crazy on me. She said, "No, that's not gonna happen." I said, "Well, he's in a couple of more years or so he's gonna be looking 3 more years from now he's gonna be going to high school." And I said, "Yeah, but you know what? I'm not talking about 3 more. I'm talking about right now." And I was like, "Okay, well, and right now she's she's the breadwinner compared to me. She's the breadwinner. So you can't argue with the breadwinner. That's it. You know what? You got to put your ego aside. That's what I have to do. I got to put my ego aside. And that's it. That's the way it works. Money talk, this walks." So you know what? I'm grateful, bro. I'm grateful for that. But at the same time, I mean, like I said, I'm thankful that we're not in that position. Now we both have to. Even renting rooms. We used to rent rooms upstairs, but we don't rent them out no more. There's 2 empty rooms upstairs in the second floor. I can rent them out, and that will basically that could be my income. But I don't want strangers in this house no more. I dealt with that. Not with my son now. Now with my family now. No, I don't want that. I could easily, with those 2 rooms, I could make enough money that I'll be okay. In terms of like not have to go. But you know what? I don't want that. I don't want strangers living in this house no more. Because you don't know who's who now. Because believe me, we have some crazies here. So, yeah. Let me go back down here. 9V1 KM Magnus, Danny free DV for HFC in school. Can you recommend a vertical antenna system for a new apartment ham that sticks out the balcony window? Sticks out the window from a balcony. Cheers. So anyway, I hope that answers your question, Tim. It's not that I have time in my hands. Believe me, I do a lot here. It's just that do I have a traditional 9-to-5 job? No. And I'll leave it at that. But yeah, I'm gonna do 30. It's a challenge, I want to do it, and that's the way it's gonna be. That's it. And if I make it through the 30 days, that'll probably change my channel completely. Maybe I'll be better. I don't know. Maybe I'm hoping. Whatever. I'm not gonna expect much out of him, but I'm hoping something. Anyway, Magnus, married to the Xer. He's a friend of mine. He has his channel. He lives in an apartment. That's where he lives, in an apartment. And he can't have stuff like, out there. Anyway, he lives in an apartment where he has to put stuff out the window. He could put what he has 2 things. He has a loop antenna. The first one is a loop, and by the way, his rig is when you live in an apartment like that, you're not gonna be running 100 watts. Let's face it. FT991A, 100 watts. No, he has a G90. Zygo G90. He does, single sideband. FT8. He lives in England. He lives in an apartment. He He's used a vertical. I don't know the model of the vertical. It's a telescoping vertical antenna. I don't know the exact model, but it's a vertical. It's a telescoping vertical. He uses that. And I think the vertical works better for him. For 10 meters and all that. And by the way, like I said, he only can run up to 25 watts. This radio could only go up to 20 watts. But he's made plenty of contacts with that. And the loop is a tunable loop. Is the ones you find. Like, I'll show you the ones. I'll show you the loop. I think he got his from eBay. But AliExpress has that loop too. Let me look up the I'll go on eBay actually. Let me go on eBay because he got his from eBay. There's gonna be I'm just gonna put ham radio loop antenna. I'll put that. Let me see what comes up. It's usually is the where is it at? This is a call sign. It's a Chinese ham that makes it. Okay. No, I can't forget it. I wish I knew the guy's call sign. Radio transmit loop antenna. I have to find it. Once I find it, I see. It's not Ham Geek. They have one that says Ham Geek, but it's expensive. Oh man, where is it at? Now I'm gonna have to go to AliExpress because I don't see it here. Anyway, let me go to AliExpress. AliExpress. I'm just gonna put ham radio. Come on with this pop-ups. Enough with the pop-ups, man. Enough with the pop-ups, people. Ham radio loop antenna. Loop transmit antenna. There you go. Let me see. Let's see. It's gonna be something like this one. That's like the one he uses. Let me see if I can zoom in there. Open image in new tab. Let me second. Okay. So let me go to the latest. Okay. So it's something like this one. So you see, you have to tune it. The thing about loop antennas, I believe it's a 20 up to 20 watts QRP tunable antenna. So he has something like this. I wish I could get the camera close up, but it's just a cable. I'm gonna fix this for later on. I'm gonna put an extension. Anyway, I wish you could see the tuning. It's a tuning knobs right here. There's one for the band and there's one to tune. And then this goes to the radio. I know it's not the best picture. You're talking about the transmit. Yeah, but he's talking about the transmit, not to if it's to listen MLA 30. MLA 30 is fine. To transmit, he used something like this. So this antenna is about 100. I seen it for 139, 150-ish. AliExpress right here. See, this is the one they listed. Let me close it. So this one does VHF. This one does HF and VHF. And UHF, actually. Wow, this one has 3 bands. So it's $113. 20 watt. So it's 20 watt maximum. Okay. Again, when you're dealing with an apartment, you're gonna have something like this. 20 watt QRP magnetic antenna. HF 5 HF is gonna be from 5 megahertz up to 30 megahertz, and then you can also do VHF and UHF. Now the other one he uses is a telescoping whip. I think it's pretty long. I don't know the name of that one. I don't know off the top of my head that one. I think MFJ makes that one. I want to go to his channel, look it up, and maybe I'll put it in. If I have to go to his channel, watch the video, look it up, and I could try to put that in the description at the end of the live stream. I can't do it right now because I have to go to his channel. I have to find the videos that he did it on. And those are the 2 antennas that he uses, because he lives in an apartment. So he does, and you know, to make contacts. Okay? So let me go back up here. Now that's a transmit. Again, that's a transmit. Now if it's for listening, MLA 30 works fine. MLA 30, put it near a window, works fine. For listening, now for listening, MLA 30, I recommend the MLA 30. Just like Two Broke Tim said, MLA 30 plus, $35 plus around there in the US. Maybe 40. I think it's $40 now plus. MLA 30. MLA 30. I have one. This is I modded this one, but MLA 30 for listening. You can't transmit on this. For listening. MLA 30. Window antenna. Because you know, you're talking about an apartment. I don't recommend running wires. I mean, if your apartment is quiet, if you have a balcony, you know, try to put some kind of whip up. I don't know. Or some people throw a long wire out the window. You can throw a long, for listening, you can throw a long wire out the window. And that'll work fine. You can do that too. Throw a long wire out the window for listening. But MLA 30 works fine, you know. So yeah. No, I'm not gonna do that right now. I'm not gonna be on that much longer. I've been on for 3 hours already. So yeah, I'm not gonna power. Sorry, no, not today. I'm already 3 hours in. Yeah. Tasso, hello Danny. Happy Friday. Just got home from grocery shopping. Light raining here. Yeah, we're about to step out as soon as my wife is over. She's on a conference call right now with her, you know. So as soon as she's done there, we're gonna step out and shop. But yeah. Thank you. NV1KM Magnus sounds like Singapore job parents. Yeah, you know, I know when T-Bo say, if you have time on your hand, he said, I have time on my hand. You know, yeah, can I? Of course, can I work and do the channel today? I could do that. But it's not about that. You know, when you're in a position to, you know, here goes. Do I want my son to be raised in daycare and I can make a lot more money? Yeah, I can. Is that going to be good for my son? No. Because I'm at the point in my life now, I'll just give you a quick little thing. I have 2 older daughters. You know what happened with them? I never spent enough time with them. You know what happened to them? One doesn't want to talk to me anymore. The other one doesn't care for me. Because it was about the money. It was about, I had to make all this money to support them, but take care of them. Yeah, and that's annoying. Of course, you know, that's a good thing. You should do that. You should do that too. But I didn't spend time with them the way I should have. One, because I couldn't. You know, they lived in, another state, Massachusetts. That wasn't my choice. So this time around, I'm a lot older now. I'm a lot wiser now. And we're better off. We're a lot better off now. When I mean by that, I don't mean, when people don't get this wrong, we're not rich. Nobody's rich. What I mean is, you have a choice. Do you want daddy daycare to raise your kid? Or if one of us could stay home more than the other? And that case was me. You see what happened? So it turned out to be, that was a decision. We both decided that. If she wanted to stay home more, she said, she could have said, I want to stay home more, and I would have been doing 2 jobs. And I probably would have never done this channel because I would have been busy making money. You see what I'm saying? But it fell on me, and then I decided, I got extra time. Let me start doing the channel, and that's what happened. So there you go. So don't judge me, people. Not that I care if anybody judges me, but I'm just saying, don't judge me. There you go. All right. So yeah, if it's, I thought you meant because I saw your call sign. I'm thinking you're going to transmit. But if you only want to listen, then MLA 30 is fine. MLA 30, MLA 30, MLA 30, MLA 30, MLA 30. There you go. All right. Thank you, Danny. Magnus. I'm going to set up my... Oh, you got an ATS 120. Okay, with ground wires, Japanese amateur. Great ideas. Yeah. Yeah, you can run a long wire. HF, you can run a long wire out the window. That's what I would recommend. A long wire out the window. Yeah, out the window, because you don't want to run a long wire in the house. That's gonna be too noisy. I would try to run it out the window, throw it out the windows, and 20 feet of wire hanging out the window is gonna do a lot more than the MLA 30, because you're gonna have the wire outside. Problem with the MLA 30, you're gonna have it indoors, even though it's directional and it's amplified. Yeah, but you got noise in the apartment. I'd rather throw a wire out the window, a long wire, like 25 feet of wire. All of it doesn't have to be out there. Maybe 5 feet of wire in the house, and then the other 20 feet out the window. Or the longer the better. That works too. That's what I would do. Hello, John Ludbrook. I hope you're doing well. Happy Friday, my friend. You got your YouTube channel. Trust me, I found you while scrolling. There's a radio channel on streaming in the UK called Talk TV. Gary T. Gar. I'm going to say Gary T. Because you're honest, you get high rating. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah. So, that's why I appreciate that. Thank you. But yeah, let me see where I'm at now. So yeah, if it's listening, then MLA 30. MLA 30. Especially if you got a balcony. If you got a balcony, I will put the MLA 30 out there. MLA 30. But if you don't have a balcony, then a long piece of wire, throw it out the window, let it hang down the building. Copper wire, doesn't have to be nothing fancy. Long copper wire, that'll work. I know people indoor, they put a slinky antenna and all that. I never liked all that stuff. I'd rather throw a long piece of wire out the window, and that's it. For HF. And by the way, that'll work also for even FM. Medium wave, FM, just long piece of wire out the window. And I'm saying if you don't have a balcony. Now, if you have a balcony or a fire escape, like in New York City, we have fire escapes, some buildings. Then you could put, MLA 30 out there. You could put, you gotta look, at least an MLA 30, because it's not big. It's very low footprint. You can hide it. You can put it in a planter. If you're worried about HOA stuff, You could put in a planter, you know, behind a bush. MLA 30, like if I lived in an HOA, I would have MLA 30 outside, but I would put it behind a bush. That's what I did when I was in Florida, where my sister used to live at, but she moved to Indiana. But when we were in Florida, I put it behind a shrub, hiding between the two neighbors. They had like a shrub that divided it. I put the MLA 30 right there, and I was listening to, you know, they didn't see it, nobody saw it, no harm, no foul, nobody saw it. The only thing is the little black wire that goes underneath. It was in the grass. Now the day that they're gonna come and cut the grass, I just disconnected it and I wrapped it up and left it. You know, I took it out, for a couple of hours, because they had people that like I think once a month they come around and cut the grass because the HOA thing. Cause my sister-in-law didn't cut she didn't cut her own grass. They had somebody come and do that. So, but that was the only thing. Otherwise, yeah, that's why. Two Broke Tim, I bet there's a lot of electronic noise in the apartment. That's why I recommend, like, if you have a balcony, I will put the MLA 30 in the balcony. Outside the apartment in the balcony. Put in a plant or whatever, I don't care. But if you don't have a balcony, like if you have no balcony in your apartment, just throw the wire out. I would throw a wire out the window. I don't like the MLA 30 in and inside of an apartment. I don't need to do that here, but I see people complain about it, that there's too much noise in the apartment. Because when I first bought my MFJ 1886 loop, that's what I did to test it out. I had it on my room upstairs on the second floor, and I tested out that it was noisy as hell. I couldn't use it. It was too noisy. But the minute I took it outside, oh my God, I fell in love with the loop. I took down my long wire. I had a long wire years ago. It was 100 feet of long wire. It was just straight long wire. It was total of 150 feet of wire. And I took that down because once I went to the loop, it was so much better. And I missed that wire. I should have kept the wire up there anyway. It was a wire that was from my chimney all the way down to my backyard. It looked like a sloper, but it was just all wire, all solid copper wire going into my basement. I think total, it might have been, I'm trying to remember, it was 200 feet. It might have been 200 feet total wire, I remember. But I took that wire down when I got my loop because I didn't need it no more. But yeah, definitely inside apartments, there's going to be a lot more noise in the apartment. That's another thing. Even in this house, right now, in this house, for example, in this room is noisy. Even though I got my transceiver right here, and this is hooked up to AMFET, for the transceiver works fine. But for listening, sometimes it's very noisy. It's very noisy. You know what? I could tune for a couple of minutes. Let me see. Let me see what I can hear. Let me see what I can hear right now on shortwave. Let's try that. So let me switch it. Let me turn this on. Since Magnus, you asked me, you know what? I'll fire it up for a few minutes. Let me see what I can hear. Of course, that's FT8 because I already have it there. That's 10 meters. So let me open up over here. Let me close some tabs here. Let me tune some bands. I'll tune the bands. How about that? Show some love here, bro. Smash the like button. And a little tip would be nice. Hello, Signal Voyage SSTV. I hope you're doing well, my friend. Happy Friday. So let me go to stations here. Let me see what I can tune. Allow our visitor site. That's fine. All right, let me close this guy. We're gonna start at the Let me see. I haven't done this for so long. I'm gonna put the volume up. Give me a minute. Let me see. Let's start with 25. The microphone. Let me disconnect this. Get this wire out the way. It's interfering with me in my way. 25 megahertz. I'm gonna move the camera over here. Maybe I can move it right here. So. The focus. Ground is the focus. You need to take away the brightness, maybe that helps. Let me turn on this light, maybe the light. Trying to get that focus. It sound good? Nah, light made it worse. Man. Let me turn on the LEDs. Yeah, that focus is. Yeah, I can't get it any closer because. Let me see. Let me get this. I want to focus. That's why. All right, that's better, right? That's better. All right. There you go, 25 megahertz. Megahertz. Glenn Dansler, on my long wire, I wound up my 9-to-1 balance just for listening. Was that even necessary? That's a good question. I mean, in my case, I think it. I'll give you an example. I have to move the camera, but I'll give you an example. I have one. Let me show you. I have this balance. For me, it was more convenience. Right? I have a long wire connected here. Now I have this. Connect this to my radio. I don't have a wire going to my... You know, now you're talking about the whole impedance thing and all that. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to say no, not really. For listening, no, not necessary. Because I have, for example, I have my radio up there, my Grundig satellite 750, or satellite 750, excuse me, that's how you say it. That one has a 500 ohm. You can put the wire directly into it, or you could, 50 ohm with the BNC. So, for example, with the BNC, obviously, you're gonna have to, something like, hook up the wire to this, and then this, convert this to BNC, and then this is 50 ohm. I think I've done comparisons, and it's not much of a difference. But the long wire, I noticed that the long wire sometimes directly, sometimes I would get more gain, but that's more because of the wire itself. So I'm gonna say no, it's not necessary. Of course, not for transmitting, of course, but for listening, no, I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it's necessary. In fact, it is not. It isn't necessary. It isn't necessary. No. As long as you can connect the wire to the radio directly, yeah, that's fine. So you don't really need balance for listening. No, you don't. All right.
Universal time.
Messed up the focus, Annie. I had it and I blew it. All right.
Merci, cher Michel, d'avoir été en notre compagnie aujourd'hui pour ce France 24 RSI. Nous suivons bien sûr au quotidien l'évolution de ce conflit en Ukraine. À très bientôt à tous.
So that's Radio France International.
La marche du monde. Valérie Nivelon.
Après-midi à 14h, c'est universel sur RFI.
Il est 21h30 à Tripoli, 19h30 et universel. Compte tenu de député Ahmed Saïd Alimi, 23 ans, a été condamné à 8 mois de prison, condamnation sur la base du
sortear un poco los efectos de la sentencia, lo ha hecho apoyándose en un precepto que le permite esta actuación durante 150 días.
Radio Exterior de España.
Gana tiempo. Es evitar las consecuencias de la sentencia, pero dentro de 150 días se va a encontrar con el mismo problema. ¿Y cómo responder? Y está por ver que después va al Congreso. Veremos. Ahora de lo que se trata es de ver y de hacerle el seguimiento de las actuaciones con las que el presidente de los Estados Unidos trata de minimizar los efectos que provoca desde luego un fallo como este. Hay debate jurídico, digamos, a partir de ahora. Lo que está claro es que el Tribunal Supremo no se ha plegado a una acción que excede toda capacidad y todo poder de actuación del presidente, y eso genera, insisto, una confianza en las estructuras democráticas.
So this is WMLK out of Bethel, Pennsylvania.
In his sight, and the just shall walk or live in them. But if we are transgressors, if we are overstepping the bounds of Yahweh's word, if we are violating, then
WRMI. All right. Let's see what we got now. Okay, yeah, I doubt if I'm gonna get any of these. But...
insustituible, un gran amigo de esta casa, y además es investigador de la Fundación para los Derechos Humanos en Cuba. Luis, ¿cómo estás? Muy bien, y un millón de gracias por invitarme y darle seguimiento a esta gente que donde se come dinero robado al pueblo cubano, entrando para que el pueblo cubano venga como los han engañado por años. Hablemos de Ana Guillermina Lázaro Morera, que ahora es vulnerable obligada, ha dicho el propio régimen cubano. Esta señora, ¿por qué es tan importante?
Radio Martí out of Greenville, North Carolina.
Y que ha viajado, entonces, esta cubana de aviación. Ya veremos. Venga, adelante.
Il est impératif de faire appel au plus vite. Le gouvernement camerounais et le tribunal doivent veiller à ce qu'il y ait un jugement significatif. Le gouvernement doit également s'assurer que la hiérarchie militaire qui a donné l'ordre d'exécuter des civils non armés soit tenue responsable. Le gouvernement doit se pencher sur cette situation et veiller à ce que justice soit rendue et que soient poursuivis tous ceux qui commettent ces actes de violation des droits humains dans ces régions.
Radio France International.
Camion de médecins sans frontières. Un de fourniture médicale a été attaqué mercredi par des hommes armés. L'attaque s'est produite à Maye-Yamoto, dans le territoire de Rutshuru, dans l'Est, une zone sous contrôle de la FTM 23. Le camion se rendait dans la zone de santé de Kibirizi. Selon des sources locales contactées par RFI, il s'agirait d'une embuscade qui aurait également visé un autre véhicule d'ONG, ainsi qu'un particulier qui empruntait cette route. Le récit est patient aussi. Difficile à ce stade de déterminer les auteurs de l'attaque. La zone était autrefois contrôlée par les FDLR avant de passer sous le contrôle de la SM 23.
I was supposed to be Radio Havana, Cuba, but right now there's nothing there. It sounds horrible. There's NHK World Radio Japan.
来月にはソロリサイタルが控えています。チラシ拝見しましたが、東大の商店街ですかね。珍しい建物が。
実はこの東大の本郷キャンプ、正門前に合格横丁。私は大学に通う時通学でよく通ってた場所なんですけれども、そこで出会ったんですね。すごくよくね。いただいているんですけれども、その方々とのご縁ですごく本堂になっていて、地域のつながりが強いところなんですね。地域のイベントの一つとして、民族シルクホールという本当に素晴らしい国民とのところがありますけれども、そこでリサイタルということ。
So Trans World Radio Africa.
She'd look at that word that was taped on the mirror.
WWCR.
Get to her and told her, with Jesus' stripes, Dodie's healed. Oh, it would tell her, you're not going to die. You're going to live. Amen. Thank God. It tells you how beautiful you are made by God. It tells you how blessed you are. It tells you you're the head, you're not the tail. It tells you that you're more than a conqueror through Christ Jesus. It says, I can do all things through the Christ that strengthens me. Amen. You can look in the natural mirror and it tells you how broke, busted, disgusted you are. But if you can get in God's Word, it tells you that you are rich in Him. Jesus become poor. Amen. If you'd see Him in a natural mirror, you'd see a face that was beaten. You'd see a body that was marred. You'd see somebody who's...
Radio Marti. That sounds horrible.
De la galaxie, un Wagner très grand air. Pour en revenir à Horizon Wagner, le groupe s'est depuis fin 2023 rattaché à une ONG
Radio France International
qui s'appelle Impact, qui permet de financer des enquêtes. Le groupe a élargi ses recherches à l'écosystème de défense russe, aux sociétés militaires privées, la guerre hybride, les violations des droits humains que l'on constate encore à l'occasion de cette dernière publication. Mais évidemment, voilà, Wagner est une marque installée, donc il continue de se faire appeler Horizon Wagner parce que tout le monde sait de quoi on parle.
Merci beaucoup, François.
Merci.
Comment RFI suit-elle l'actualité iranienne? Il y a bien sûr les tensions avec les États-Unis, mais aussi notre couverture de la répression sanglante de janvier dernier par le régime. Bruno Esteban-Garret, vous assurez la veille numérique de l'émission cette semaine, et cette couverture a provoqué une série de critiques sur les réseaux sociaux.
Oui, à l'occasion de la sortie d'un documentaire sur les soulèvements en Iran, RFI a reçu une de ses co-réalisatrices pour en parler, Julie Dungelov, une de nos collègues de France 24, et expliquer comment les révoltes...
وعارف انه هيجيلي على قلب شعبي، فانا عندي ثقه وعندي رجاء وعندي يقين في انه في حاجه زي كده انا خليني اعيش مختلف عن الناس اللي حواليا. فايمان الثقه يخليني رقم واحد اثق ان الله موجود، ان الله حاضر، ان الله هيتفقني على حسب تعبي حتى لو انا عايش وسط مجتمع وناس اشرار وناس مش بيعيشوا بحسب وصايا ربنا. الحاجه الثانيه يخليني اعيش مختلف عنهم. يعني كل حاجه غلط هم بيعملوها انا ما اعملش زيها. اعيش مميز وسط العالم، اعيش كشخص مؤمن، اعيش كنور في وسط العالم وملح في وسط الارض السوداء اللي احنا عايشين فيها. دي انا عايز اقدمها لكل حد النهارده بيسمعنا، انه لو حاسس ان المجتمع اللي حواليك شرير، لو حاسس ان المجتمع اللي حواليك ضعيف، تقدر النهارده تكون مختلف، مش بقوتك الشخصيه لكن بقوه وعمل المسيح. هذا المسيح كمخلص وكفايه ليك.
So that's World Christian Broadcasting out of Africa. In Arabic.
مستمعينا ولسه مكملين معاكم في برنامجكم 19 واللي بتسمعوا على راديو الفضاء. كانت معاكم مريم
Like I say, the infed is doing good today. Wow, I didn't think I was going to get this many stations. I haven't tried it recently, but I remember the last time I tried it a couple of weeks ago. It was awful. But right now, hey, I'm getting some stations today. Very happy about that. China Radio International.
Encontrarme a este represor. Efectivamente, se trata del teniente coronel Juan Carlos. ¿Quién es este teniente coronel? ¿Qué recuerdos tienes de él? Háblanos un poco de este personaje.
Bueno, el recuerdo que tengo de él es de los peores, la verdad. Es un señor con el que yo nunca me había cruzado. Yo había tenido a otros represores, digamos que de menor rango, tenientes, capitanes.
Radio Martí out of Greenville, North Carolina.
Este teniente coronel nunca me había cruzado, nunca había sido interrogado por él. Y en el 2021, a raíz de mi regulación, una prohibición de salida del país, para que la gente sepa lo que es exactamente, la seguridad del Estado me activó de una manera bastante dura, no solamente contra mí, sino contra mi familia. Y en esas idas y venidas de represión política sistemática, me tropecé con este teniente coronel.
¿Recuerdas el episodio? ¿Cómo fue?
Sí, lo recuerdo bastante vívido porque me pareció una cosa...
EWTN? Has to be EWTN. Right?
Recuerda que fue este sitio de la
It was the start, and now we like to continue.
Hace 12 años fue el inicio y ahora tenemos que continuar continúa sin los agentes médicos y en medio de los 29 bombardeos. 24 horas.
Vamos a hablar ahora de un tema curioso, al menos, y que esperamos les vaya a llamar la atención y traernos
Radio exterior de España.
2.500 microterremotos se han registrado esta semana en el Teide, en Tenerife, una serie de enjambres sísmicos en que las autoridades han monitoreado con atención desde la antigua.
Radio France International.
Del régimen y no tienen idea de qué es lo que pasan los opositores y no tienen idea de qué es lo que pasan los activistas. Me gustaría que nos ilustraras un poquito más sobre esto, pensando en esa gente en Cuba que ni siquiera se
Radio Martí
ha encontrado con un represor de esta calaña.
Sí, claro. Incluso, a ver, yo tenía amistades en Cuba o gente cercana que incluso al principio no me creían de cómo eran los interrogatorios, de cómo eran los arrestos con la seguridad del Estado. No creían que fuera una represión así. Creían que era cosa como un mito de propaganda del imperio, por así decirlo. Y la realidad es que la gente tiene miedo obviamente viven en un estado de terror.
All India Radio in French. It's not French to me, but all India Bangalore. Banging in from Bangalore. Banging in from Bangalore. You know how to say that? See where we at. Who's that? Who's that? All about. Oh, that's really around the field. Okay, yeah, okay. Been a while. Yeah. No sound in here right now. Ain't no sound. Yeah. Barely hear it. There we go. Okay. Let's see what we got here.
Nigeria, Mobukwana, Idisranya Pokona, Iboko Kana, Bekena, AWR Nigeria at yahoo.com. And from this around in a Quentin and number 080 37281384. 080
There you go, you heard it. AWR, Adventist World Radio. There you go. Let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got here. Let's see what we got here. Surprise! Right now, I'm surprised. All right, gonna drop down to drop down to 10. Oh, what am I doing? My bad. My bad. Yeah, noisy down here now. It's noisy. It's noisier down here. All right.
those dragons fought, and they were then combated by Michael and Gabriel, the angelic host of heaven. The scriptures tell us very carefully that they that be for us or with us are more than they that be against us. A war. And there was given unto him the power to make war with the saints, and he shall prevail. That's the way the scripture says. War on the saints. Most Christians do not even know that there's a war going on. The church has not dealt with the powers of darkness as an enlightened and unified body. There will be a few days to WTWW, Lebanon, Tennessee, United States of America. You can send your reception reports to WTWW 131 Hiwassee Road, Lebanon, Tennessee 37087. That's 131 Hiwassee, HIWASSEE Road, Lebanon, LEBANON, Tennessee 37087. You can also check us out at WTWW.org. That's WTWW.org. If you wish to support Brother Stair and... Future development and the economy, and a reflection by Father Enogon Eliadion, shortwave bulletin of church news, followed by African News Panorama, and Dr. Tarawali. Both three on Sunday mornings in separate audiences, Cardinal Luis Anthony Pande, co-prefect of the Dicastery for Evangelization, section for the first evangelization and the new particular churches, and Bishop Silvano Pedroso Montalvo of the Diocese of Guantanamo by the Coa in Cuba. The meeting with Bishop Montalvo comes at a time when Cuba continues to remain.
All right, so it's Vatican Radio, right?
Por violencia machista en lo que llevamos de 2026 estaban inscritas en el sistema Biogen y el principal temor de los expertos es que se pueda perder confianza en los instrumentos de protección.
El exdelegado del gobierno para la violencia de género, Miguel Lorente, en el informativo 24 horas, admite que hay casos concretos en los que la protección no se está haciendo bien, pero insiste en que para luchar contra la violencia de género hay que denunciar e incluso ir un paso más allá.
Tenemos que irnos a la detección de la violencia cuando la mujer no denuncia y no va a denunciar. Estamos hablando de que solo denuncia aproximadamente un 26% de todas las mujeres que sufren violencia de género.
Solo esta semana 2 menores y 3 mujeres han sido asesinadas y otros 2 están en estado crítico.
Ring my bell. Channel 292. Yeah, I need a word. Ring my bell. Yeah, that's a copyright. By the way, one of the most stupidest songs ever made. I'm sorry. Not much lyrics in there other than Ring My Bell. And no wonder it was a one-hit wonder. That was it. I'm sorry. I just had to say that. That sounds horrible. That's China Radio International. All right, let's go down the dial. BBC? Radio Romania.
La Feria del Libro y las industrias creativas más importantes del mundo. Ello va a tener lugar tras la cita el viernes. We argue that emissions trading can become the subject of speculation. The proposals were made, for example, to cap the maximum price of such an emission trading system at 40 euros. I spoke of a 4 or 5 year holiday. But there are countries that do not want to leave this system, and it will be very complicated to push through this resource splitting. The Prime Minister added that he would continue to develop activities in relation to the European Commission, submit a proposal to introduce holidays in terms of emissions allowances, and recalled
WRMI?
To take action based on that belief to do what he tells you to do. Right now today he would have you come to him in the appointed way. It's unlikely that any of that generation had ever seen a body of water like the Jordan River in full flow.
WINB. Out of red line.
14, it came to pass when the people removed from their tents. Notice they live in tents. And passed over Jordan, the priest dying young. And so God dries up the Jordan River in front of them. Scholars can approach this two different ways. Up here is Bam, a place, Adam, that has cliffs and other places, one place showing the wide part of it there. And
course, CHU Canada.
CHU Canada, temps universel coordonné. 20 heures, 9 minutes. 20 hours, 9 minutes. CHU Canada, coordinated universal time, 20 hours, 10 minutes. 20 heures, 10 minutes.
CRI. I don't want to hear them.
Mergem la Washington. Președintele american Donald Trump a anunțat ieri la reuniunea inaugurală a Consiliului pentru Pace din capitala Statelor Unite că americanii au contribuit cu o primă sumă de 7 miliarde de dolari la fondul de reconstrucție a fâșiei Gaza într-un discurs rostit în fața reprezentanților din 47 de țări. Observator fiind reprezentat la Washington de președintele Nicușor Dan. În conferința sa de presă, șeful statului a vorbit despre importanța a precizat că țara noastră poate oferi sprijin logistic în procesul de reconstrucție din Gaza, care detalii trimisul nostru special la Washington, Oana Abud.
Președintele Nicușor Dan este de părere că fără pace și securitate nu poate exista prosperitate pentru cetățeni și subliniază totodată că România susține eforturile Statelor Unite și ale comunității internaționale pentru soluționarea conflictelor globale, inclusiv în Orientul Mijlociu. Șeful statului.
gonna get much of that. It's too early. Let me see. You're right. Ah, anyway. Let me try. Nah, it's too noisy. Too early. CFRX.
So you can imagine that I totally guess they're saying, well, yeah, let someone else run for that office. So I'm sure they just
CFRX out of Toronto.
Maybe they're a little more ambitious. But you can move on to think that, and you see that when you start seeing, you know, when you talk to kids from out from school, or when you know, yes, you know, or when you see people saying, yeah, like we've actually just rubber stamped, you know, any number of refugee claims without looking at stuff. They're like, don't talk to them. You have to care about it. And so it's actually it's a way it's easy.
Yeah, I'll leave it at that. I mean, you know, let me try CHU at 3, but it's too early. It might as well.
That's 20 hours, 17 minutes.
It's too noisy. It's too early. Anyway, I am going to sign off now. I just want to say, everybody, thank you for watching. I see the poll right now. Let me look at the poll one more time. So right now I got 17 votes for 30-day live stream, 24/7 is for the month of March. Yeah, so it's gonna be a marathon. Of course, when I mean by marathon, of course I'm gonna sleep. I mean, you gotta sleep. But continuous live stream for 30 days, that's gonna be wow. I wonder who voted no. If you voted no, leave it in the comments why. And be honest, you know. Is it because, you know, I don't think I want to see you 24/7, whatever. Or something, I don't know, whatever. Anyway, everybody, thank you for watching. I'll be back. Maybe I'll be back tonight for Dr. Sky in the boiler room. Dr. Sky show is on tonight from midnight to 2 a.m. I'm going to see what's going on upstairs. I believe we're going to go out to shop right now. And then we'll see. So anyway, thank you everybody for watching. And I'll see you in the next one. Take care.